how are we all doing today? Of course, I say that now, and then we wait for more people to show up. So, I guess people of the future, how are you doing today? And people of the present. People who are here, people who aren't. Oh, right off the bat, we're ringing the bell. Okay. That's a good way to start the stream off. Thank you for ringing the bell, Daikai Joe. Not bad, that's good to hear. Love that. Oh, I'm glad you like it. I'm still thinking of more redeems to do. I have a feeling that people will use more of the like lower level ones once people have saved up enough points to get the big one. Once the allure of that goes away, then we'll start seeing those smaller ones again. But until then, we will treasure ringing the bell. I can't tell if I'm leaning. Am I leaning? No, I think I'm good. Sorry, I messed around with my settings in VC Face, and now I think that I won't have problems with blinking, but for some reason I feel like my head rotates when I turn. I cannot tell. And to figure out if I'm physically leaning or if my model is off-center. Ah, well, it's fine. Yeah, let's see. I usually use this first, like, I don't know, 15 minutes to do any housekeeping that needs to be done, so, let's see. What have I done? Oh, 1,000 Twitter follower special. That is coming. It will be out today. I wanted to get it out before the stream, but I just couldn't get the timing to work out. I was up until like 2-3 o'clock last night getting the hardest part done, and now today is going to be editing the thing. So, you know, look forward to that sometime today. What else is there? I'm gonna start looking for, well, there are some difficulties in doing commissions right now, but I'm going to start looking for someone to commission sub badges. So, you know, that'll be coming. It'll take some time. Had a bit of a difficulty with money cards, but that will be resolved shortly. So once that's done, then I can commission sub badges. And what else is there? Yeah, card catastrophe. Short version is I thought that someone had gotten a hold of my debit card, and it turns out that it was a subscription that I had forgotten. But I had already contested the claim, and so my card got canceled, and I have to wait for them to send me the new one. It should arrive sometime this next week. But until then, no money for me. I'll survive. I have things. I have backups. I really feel like I'm like either my model or I am leaning, and I can't tell which one it is. Fortunately, I have reset set to a hotkey. other things that are going on right now? Oh, I'm going to try and get streaming in VR setup. All the lean. Yes, this is what they mean by tilted. Just like this. Sit straight, shoulders back, face desk. Hang on, let me try it. Did it work? Is this proper posture? Anyway, no? Okay. But yeah, I'm gonna try and get VR streaming to work. And by that I mean, like, being able to both stream my perspective and looks good to you while staring at the abyss. But you said to Bear, you said to face desk, so I put my face on the desk. I was doing what you said. What was I saying? Oh, I'm gonna try and get, like, my model working in not quite full body, but like having the overlay of my body over a game model. So I had it working before I started my whole VTubing thing, but I had a different model of VR headset, and so now my body trackers don't work with the new headset or new like lighthouse stations. You think I'd actually listen? Listen, you're underestimating a streamer. Streamers will do anything their chat says. But yeah, gonna try and get VR working, and maybe, depending on timing, I will either be able to do that for the Wednesday stream or for next weekend, depending on timing. Next weekend at the latest. I also need to figure out if I can use the headset mic to record broadcast my voice, or if I need to use a lapel mic. So I have things I need to do, but you know, it'll happen. I promise that it'll happen. It might be extremely scuffed, but it'll happen. Let's see, is there anything else? VR streaming is such a logistical nightmare. Still don't figure it out while being a VTuber. Yeah, I feel like there's a jump between you know, doing this kind of webcam VTubing and doing VR VTubing. It definitely is something I want to do, though. I want to do more. I want to do VR stuff. Mostly, there's a bunch of VR games that I want to show off, and I want to get to where I can do like semi-regular VR chat streams, because I think that would be fun. And so, you know, I gotta get stuff set up for that. It gives me incentive. Now, you know what? I think I'm leaning because my webcam is not centered on me. Like, the webcam is pointing just off from my face. Let me switch over to this screen for just a second. Don't worry. And I will adjust my webcam. I could probably do this on the other screen, but you know, messing around with the webcam, you don't need to see me freak out. The center must hold. Hold the line! Oh yeah, that's much better. At least I think it's better. Am I still leaning? No, we're good. Everything's fine. You have held the line. We did it. We fixed it. We saved the day. Here, Kanashibari cat. No shooting the chat. Don't do that. Don't shoot the chat. Oh, what's this? We're just hanging out for a little bit. Yeah, welcome, Serenades, and Olivia, welcome. I hope it's not super late for you today. Ban Boulder. Yeah. If I set up a bot for banning people, I will call it the Commissar bot. Yep, just hanging out, giving people a chance to show up. We're gonna do Kerbal Space Program today. How's my day going? It's going good. We're mostly good. Aside from, for breakfast, I had a spicy sausage, and my ability to breathe did not like that. Today is a perfectly reasonable time of evening. That's good. It's like the middle of the afternoon for me. Escaping to the one place not corrupted by capitalism again. Yes. Space! Yes, in planes. Space and planes. But yeah, don't worry. I've recovered from the sausage. It didn't kill me. Hopefully I won't be coughing during the stream. If I am, then we'll find out if there is a VTuber coughs account on Twitter. Space planes! Space planes! Space planes! Yeah, we're gonna build a spaceship. Space with planes. Space planes. Spaceship! 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 Open the space. Stop making it be closed. My energy level is going to be all over the place during this stream because I'm still drinking my morning tea. So every so often I will get a jolt of caffeine. So, you know, just be ready for that. It's free real space. Hydrate before I dehydrate? Okay, switching over from tea to my water bottle. Because you can't hydrate with tea. It's an important thing. If you're trying to stay hydrated, then you can't drink things with caffeine in them. The caffeine causes your body to use more water to process it than you get from the drinking. Why is it not Kerbal to FTL save file converter? I would love that. I love FTL. Use the doors. You know what? I think my model is leaning again. Maybe my model is just drunk. Is that what's going on? Is this the residual side effects of the St. Patrick's stream? Or maybe I'm just leaning over further and further. Put on the drip? Okay, hang on. Hang on. I have to disappear for a second. Oh, I didn't mean to transition like that. This is gonna be weird. I've never had to do this before. Hang on. I'm changing my clothes live on stream. Live on stream! Sorry, I've been watching Captain Cube, and he has this ongoing joke of whenever someone says live on stream, he says, live on stream! There we go. The drip has been attained. Alcohol tolerance is crap. It really is. Like, I drank half of that beer on the St. Patrick's stream, and like I was out. I was out by the end of the stream. Ethan from Dormont's are streaming right now. Well, don't watch him. Watch me. Watch me. Only me. Just Lilin. Just Lilin. Just Lilin. Just Lilin. No watching anyone else, just Lilin. Come on, camera, go back to normal. Oh, wait, okay, there we go. My hotkey wasn't working to go back to normal. And still reading from the effects. Yeah, alcohol tolerance is crap. Yeah, this is my sport outfit. This is what I wear when I'm sporting. I wore it on the Fall Guys stream. So anyways, that's a lot of hearts. That's all the hearts. Ravi, sorry for triggering your goblin-based PTSD. Lilin is making cutie. Thank you. I'm also going to eventually get the maid outfit set up so that I can stream with that too. So you will also have the option to make me wear that. I get to catch as many mutual streams. This is the first time you've seen it. Okay, well that's fair. I have the VOD on my YouTube channel. But I'm glad that you're able to be here for this one. And, you know, there's always going to be that redeem to make me switch outfits, and I will just do that whenever someone redeems it. Such a sporting sleep paralysis demon. I am. I don't know sports, but I am sporting. You want the bell to have a tiny hoodie or a beanie? Would I even be able to do that? That is an idea. I'll have to see if I can make that happen. Maybe not a hoodie, but a tiny beanie on the bell. Because, you know, the biggest problem with having horns like mine is I can't wear hats, which is a shame, because I have a bunch of hats that I would love to put on my model, but I can't do that with the horns. Another daydream routine to put the drip on the bell. Well, I have a hat mean DM'd me right now on Twitter. Okay, we will wait. We will wait for the bell, or for the Twitter thing. I will have Twitter open. You can wear hats, just gotta put 2 holes in it. I mean, I could. Tiny hat between the horns. There we go. Poker visor. I could wear a poker visor. Okay, Olivia has DM'd me Twitter meme. Let me see. Oh my god. Hang on. I have to share this. Hang on. Let me see if I can do this. Do this, and then just make this super big. Don't worry, I'm going to transition over to it. Is there going to be any problem with you seeing my favorites bar? There probably is. Hey, you know what? There's nothing on there that I have to worry about. So let me... Bam. That's the, that was the very important thing that Olivia had to share, and let me tell you, it is very important. You can't see me, but it's very important that you see this. 5/4 for how I would wear it. It would be fun to try and do a hat that goes over the horns, but I have to go over the horns and the belt. That's the problem. Like they did doing one on my model. Yeah, so you can't even see it. It just goes off the top of the screen. Okay, we can put that away. A really tall top hat could work. Just cover up the horns entirely. My horns were poking slightly over the browser window. Oh, good. I'm glad I was still visible. Secretly, Lilin's wearing a hat on top of the horns right now. You can't see it. Yep. Gotta make sure. This is incentive for me to sit up straight so you can't see the hat. Ring the bell? Okay. You thought I was gonna bring the tip of my horns down, didn't you? Get a really tiny hat and hang it from the bell. I could do that. I mean, we were just talking about the beanie. The beanie on the bell. It's cute. I'm glad you think it's cute. I wanted something to do with the bell. Okay, it's been like half an hour since I went live, so I think we can probably play the game now, can't we? Get that loading. Sorry, just waiting for the game to load up. Flying high up in the sky, I think we're gonna fall. I'm sure that's song lyrics, but it's not one I recognize. Okay, well, that's loading. Let me get the game capture going. See, a more professional streamer would have the game capture going before they start streaming, and then just be able to transition cleanly. We don't do that here. For a movie called The Point. Oh, interesting. This time we'll have a 0% mortality rate for sure. I don't know about that one, Chief. Because we're gonna have to... This one, we're gonna have to do some test flights. So that will be interesting. Rough and tumble. Are you describing how we're gonna land? Our landing is gonna be by litho braking, which is great. If you've never heard of it, litho braking is a planned crash. Like literally, the whole idea is that the craft is designed to hit the ground in such a way that the important parts don't break. And basically using the ground to break the fall and slow down. I love it. Anakin Skywalker's landing philosophy. Yes, exactly. Any landing you can walk away from. Oh no, Robbie's posting whole song lyrics again. In this place plane I was flying, just a flight pilot guy. I can be a little dumb and I rolled the plane a little too fast. It flew apart now I'm falling through the air. Wind and regret flow past my helmet. All I can do is stare up at space. Are your friends doing important one-time only thing? Okay, go take care of that. Don't worry. I'm gonna be streaming here for a couple of hours, so you got time. Alright, have fun, Serenades. Don't worry, we'll let you know if anything explodes. Okay, let me get us transitioned over to the game. Just Lilin, yes! Space! And explosions. Hopefully not so many explosions this time. If I do my job right, the only explosions will be the ones we want. Justin, thank you for following. Welcome, welcome, and also welcome. See you, Serenades. Have fun. Save the explosions for when you get back. I will do my best. Yeah, we'll be continuing with our previous game. And the goal for this session... Gotta build it first, yes. The goal is going to... I guess we have some debris left over from the last one. Maybe we should clean that up. Let me just get the broom. Can I? Yeah, there we go. Let's just recover that little bit. Get the broom and just sweep that up. Broom and dustpan. A very big broom and dustpan. Some trash bags. Yep. Compactor. Yep, all those things. So this is the goal. What we're gonna do is we're going to build a space plane. Basically, we're gonna build a single stage to orbit space plane that will take off from the Kerbal Space Center, do one complete orbit around Kerbal, and then land at one of the other airfields or launch sites. So probably back at Kerbal, maybe down here at the desert. Unlikely that we will land up here, just because that's going to be so far away from the from orbit. But we'll see. But yeah, that's going to be our victory condition. If we can get a plane into orbit, do one whole orbit, and come back down, then we win. Aim for the island airstrip. It might happen. We'll see. And then, of course, like, just getting back our pilot back down in one piece is what we call a draw. If we get up into orbit, come back down, and land anywhere, or even just like eject, then that's still a win. And I believe, Very Colors, welcome, welcome, and also welcome. I guess that's just gonna be my my following thing from now on. Welcome, and also welcome. So yeah, let's get started on the space plane. Triple welcome. Yes, exactly. Have to make sure that you are very welcomed. Let's see here. What do we feel? So I'm just gonna be sending one pilot up and back. So we're not going to be getting like a giant space plane into orbit. We're just going to get one person up into orbit and back. So let's just start off with this inline one. Exterior seat. No, we're not doing that. Not today. That's another stream. Maybe. Perhaps. But could you imagine? But yes. On the bucket list. Yep. Bucket seat on the bucket list. Jeb's Ghost demands it. Ah, man. Alright, Jeb's Ghost is going to have to wait for a little bit. What am I looking for? I thought there was a, like, more tapered... Like a tapered version of... Oh, that's too big. Like a tapered version of that goes out further. Did they take... I'm sure it's somewhere. I'll find it eventually. Jeb, when I die, make an exterior seat. Yep, Jeb's Ghost demands it. Maybe it's an aerodynamics. Because it would be something like this, but it has an end piece that I can mess around with. Oh, that's much bigger. Can you not extend that cone? I don't think so. If I can click the right thing. Nope, can't extend it. Ice cream cone. That's exactly what I'm looking for. If I can find ice cream cone, because I want to put like a little piece at the end, but yeah, this bit. I want to put this bit on there just because I think it looks cool. What does this even do? Yeah, it's just SAS, so I want to have that on there for fun. But you can't make it orange. That's the important part. Fan shroud. What is this? Oh, that's for like prop planes. Okay. Not exactly what I'm looking for. I promise the whole stream, it's not going to be a whole stream of me looking for this one piece. Oh no, why are we keyboard smashing? What have I done? Big old circle, yep. I mean, I have an idea for the design of this, of the space plane. And it will involve a big old circle. Space prop plane. See, that would be fun. And maybe we'll do it for another stream. It's just very difficult to do. Because, prop planes have a lot of drag to them. So it makes it very difficult to get them up into space. That's not it. You know what? Sort these by size. There it is. I found it. There we go. Only took me like 10 minutes. Not using adapters, narrow it down. That's exactly what I was looking for. I was looking for this piece right here. But I found it. And now everything is good. Everything's good. Everything's fine. Nothing is broken. We're going to put an air intake back here. Got the big nose. Yep. Need that aerodynamics. Hang on. I'm taking a drink. Delicious tea. But yeah, there's actually an interesting thing that that scientists discovered when they started building jets, which is how the shape of the nose of the plane affects aerodynamics. So up until, like, for prop planes, they all have a nose kind of like, hang on. Yeah, they would have a nose like that, and then you would have, like, the props sticking out of it. I'm just going to do it like that. So it would look like that. And so this is relatively aerodynamic. And, you know, you would round it off because rounder shapes are better. So you would end up with something like, something like that. And that's pretty aerodynamic when it comes to going slower than the speed of sound. Because the wind as it's going along, it's going in this direction, it hits the nose, and it kind of like deflects off, and it misses these parts, or for the most part, like misses parts where it caused drag. So, you know, it would go up and over, and that's fine. When you start going faster than the speed of sound, then this becomes, like, as far as the wind is concerned, this very, like, bulbous shape essentially becomes the same as a flat shape. It's just ramming into it, and it's like hitting a wall. So when you're going faster than the speed of sound, you want more like a needle, like even more than this. You would end up with something where it curves outwards like this, or I guess, yeah, curves inwards instead of this outward shape. And so what happens is that the wind hitting the tip of the needle has that same kind of deflection. So slower than the speed of sound. Yeah, convex versus concave. So that's why you see, like, as soon as you get to jets, then they all kind of have this needle-shaped nose. I'm going to get rid of that part because otherwise I'll forget. But yeah, there's a little science for you. I am a bit of a plane nerd. So, you know, it's one of the few places where I know things. So I gotta flex it. Okay, so we're gonna need both regular liquid fuel for in atmosphere stuff, and then rocket fuel for getting out of atmosphere. A bit, yeah. Both Bear and Ravi know. I'm a nerd. I'm a plane nerd. I'm a plane nerd. I'm a World War II nerd. I have vast swaths of useless information in my brain. Planes are cool. They are cool. I like them. Let's see here. My general plan for how this plane will look is we'll have, just looking down at the center, we'll have like the main body, and then our rocket engine will be in the center. And we'll have two jet engines on either side. So the jets will be for in atmosphere, and then when we get to edge of the atmosphere, we'll activate the rocket and boost us up into space. And then, of course, back out of space into atmosphere. We'll use the jets to get inland. So we're gonna need more jet fuel, or more rocket fuel than we need jet fuel. Trying to decide what to bring up next of the two big plane related rants he knows Lilin has. Oh boy. If you want to rant, you gotta use the, well, I won't say you have to, but it would be advisable to use the say something interesting for once redeem. Trees, don't even get me started on trees. Trees are plane brakes. That's all they are. Yeah, we'll use this big one. Big old rocket fuel. Yeah, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. Oh, not. You see what you did? You got me started. Now I'm started. We're gonna need some RCS for when we're in space. That's too big. That's too small. You know, we'll figure it out. There it is, the space tube. Yep, there's our plane. We're done. Let's just launch it. Perfection. Look at that. Yeah, we're done. We did it. We have no control surfaces. Yep. I mean, we said at the end of the last this last stream that you know, we were getting them back in the cloning vats. So this is Jeb 2. Not even death kept him from space. And well, we have literally no control at all. We can't do anything. There, we turn the lights on. Very distant Carmel dancing. Okay, let's revert that. Yeah, to put Jeb into a seat, take down to rocket fuel. You know what? We'll do that real quick. Let's just save that real quick. Yeah, hunt down some lunch. Okay, good luck. We're gonna rocket Jeb real quick, because that sounds like fun. Big old tube of rocket fuel. And a seat. Training a plane. Don't worry. This will be fast. Let's see, can we just assign a Kerbal to this? There we go. And then right, Jeb, 3, 2, 1, and here we go. Just to see what happens. Let's zoom in on him. There he is. Have predictions of what will happen here? I wonder. We might, he might go into space. He might be projected out of the solar system, in fact. How do we have a camera feed without the camera? Don't worry about it. Oh shit. Okay then. Good news. We found out what the terminal velocity of a Kerbal is. Also, apparently we almost hit the moon. Like, what? Almost. It'll have an encounter with the moon. It'll be very close, but it'll rocket past. Should I put some kind of reader thing on there? Yeah, just turn this into an actual moon mission. Yeah, see, we spent like, I don't know, 3-4 hours last time carefully planning how to get to the moon. We could just put a lawn chair on the end of a rocket and just aim straight for the moon. Just wasted all of that time. Yeah, let's see how close we get. Yeah, this is as close as we get to the moon. Insane, I think if you time that a little better, there's a real chance you will launch a single stage rocket directly to the moon. Yep. What dado os? What did you miss? We blew up Jeb again. And we sent a tube to the moon. In like 3 hours. So yeah, we did that. Let's go back. Past the moon. Yes, we sent a tube past the moon. We'll just go ahead and where's my thing? Alright, these are all the stock planes. We're not going to use these. There it is. There's our tube. The tube. You say so you're for jet back to life, but you love the idea of finishing this jet and right as you go for liftoff, the rocket tube finally returns to Kerr and lands on you. I almost had that happen in an earlier version of Kerbal Space Program. I launched a ship into orbit, and the return vessel, the launch vehicle was coming back down, and I started a second launch to send another piece into orbit. Like I was building a space station, and the launch vehicle from the first rocket nearly hit the second one on the way up. That almost ended badly. Okay, what do we need? I need a stabilizer so we can roll. Actually, I'll put that further back. Like there. And then we'll need our rocket. Now we don't need a big rocket. Maybe, what does this use? Start. Oh, if I put it on the right way. We could do that. Or we could do something like that. Kind of like this one better. Yeah, let's do that one. And then we're gonna need a couple of extra fuel bits like that. And a couple of, yeah, turbofans. You gonna use any scrams for this? Probably not. I mean, the whole idea is that this is single-staged orbit, right? If we have any scrams on this, if we have any kind of rocket assistance, then it's not really single-stage. We're trying to be economical with this, which means we come back with all the pieces that we went with, or that we left with. So we do something like that. And it turns scrams on and off. I might be thinking of something different. Are scrams the same as rocket assisted takeoff? No? Okay. But I'm thinking of the wrong thing. I don't really like that shape. Let's mess around with that a little bit. So we could do something like this. Yeah, I like that. Scram is a type of superjet that only works at high speeds due to its absurd air intake needs. Oh, I see. Yeah, I think the closest thing that Kerbal Space Program has to that is the, yeah, like these turbofans. There used to be like an even more powerful jet engine, but I think they took it out of the game. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I think this is the only jet that we have. Oh, this, yeah, these two. The Rapier engine, which lets you switch between them. And then the Panther, which is a turbojet. Oh wait, no, there it is. The turbo ramjet. Yeah, I think this is what we have. We have the ramjet. Let's see, because we could also do, like, instead of having the rocket engine center line, we could do a ramjet and a couple of normal jets. I would adjust this course, of course. So we would take off with the normal jet, get up to speed, activate the ramjet, and then have some rocket engines off to the sides. Like, yeah, like a couple of these off to the sides, and use that for pushing us into space. That would look pretty cool. It might. I'm a little worried about how wide it would be. But yeah, let's see how it works. Let's just adjust these a little bit. We can have them, oh, that's too far. Just have them angled out a little bit. So we can have it kind of like this. You're a fan of delta wing planes in general? Yeah, that's fair. I have a very interesting idea for the wings in this. You might like it, or you might think it's really dumb. We'll find out. Yeah, so we have this. Although the problem with this design is that when we get, like, when these two start to burn out, like when we get up into upper atmosphere, one will burn out before the other, and that will tend to throw us into a spin. I mean, we could go the other way around. Have a center engine for in-atmosphere, two for getting us into space. You set up a hotkey to turn them off at the same time. That's my plan. Like, once we get everything built, I'll hotkey the engines so I can turn them on. Sorry that I'm making this face a lot. I'm thinking very hard. But yeah, I'm gonna have hotkeys for each set of engines so I can turn them on and off. The problem is that I won't know that one of these is gonna deactivate until it deactivates. Like, I could deactivate early, but I won't know if I'm getting optimal efficiency, which is important for this kind of thing. Once you have the ramjet on, you can just turn the radar jets off at the same time. Yeah, the problem is if I don't turn them off before they run out of air, one will turn off before the other and send us into a spin. Unless I adjust these so that they're pointing straight through the center of mass, which is here. So I would need the line of the engine to go through the center of mass. Otherwise, we're pushing from one side and then the whole thing spins. You know what? We're just gonna do test flights with this. We'll build it so it looks cool first. And then after we explode a couple of times, then we'll rebuild it. So let's get some wings on here. And you're gonna see me clip through a lot of things to get things to look right. So we're just gonna slide ourselves in here. Stick in a wing here. I'll bring that back a little bit. Make sure we're not clipping through the engine. There we go. I'll have not that one. Looking cool is always #1 priority. Of course. What's the point of going into space if you can't look cool while you're doing it? Let's see here. So we have that. And then I'm going to do a little cheeky thing, which might give you an idea of what I'm going to do for the rest of this. Which is... Gotta find the one that's the right size. There it is. We're going to flip this up. And then we will also have a side bit like this. Gotta explode in style. Exactly. Fly fast, leave a good looking corpse. Okay, and then I'm gonna do this. It's probably not curving enough. So I built some space planes in the past in Kerbal Space Program, and this design actually worked out pretty well as having this kind of half ring. And of course we'll adjust these so that it all lines up. Interesting. Yeah, I forget what the name of this wing style is, but it is actually a thing. There are some planes that have been designed like this. I don't know if jets specifically have been designed like this, but apparently this design actually works pretty well in real life. And it worked pretty well in the past when I was building space planes in Kerbal Space Program. I do want to have a bit here, just to make that look nice. Yeah, like that. Yeah, I think that looks nice. Is it closed wing? That might be the name of the design. But yeah, I think it is closed wing. And unfortunately, we have to go in here and glue it together with space glue. So let's just boop, boop, and set towards the back, like that. Boop, boop. There we go. That's all glued together. And then need some control surfaces. Oh, and we still gotta put the space engine. Hidden space cape. Yep. Again, it's gotta look pretty. Oh, come on. I can flip it around the right way. There we go. Closed wing is a wing that effectively has two main planes that merge at the end, so there's no conventional wingtips. Yep. So we have that, but we also have conventional wingtips. Because why not? And then we're gonna put our space engines in this little space here. Space engines in space. Yeah, the problem is that we're ending up with a very busy engine setup. You know what? Maybe we can actually... Can we use the ramjets at lower speed too? Let's see. It's these. I'm just wondering if we could just use 2 ramjets and a rocket instead of a ramjet, 2 normal jets, and a rocket. I bet we could use 2 ramjets. This is what testing is for? Yeah, let's find out. This is a you know, it's not rocket science. It's fuck about and find out. So if we do something like that, and then we just move these forward a bit. Oh, that's clipping through. Throw shit on and see how it doesn't explode. Exactly. It's not rocket science. I mean, the other way to go would be to have a... Yeah, we'll start with this. We'll start with this. Let's get this so it can fly. We'll set up our centers. It's not rocket science, it's rocket art. Exactly. Let's see here. So then we're going to need our rudder, which will be maybe we'll just hide the rudder in there. No, that's too high. There we go. If you gotta blow one up, use the scrap. Exactly. We use all parts of the rocket. Is art. What you have there in your mouth is art. Okay, what was I doing? Yeah, so we want the center of lift to be behind the center of mass. That's actually another interesting thing about plane design. So what we have here, we can turn off thrust. Landing gear. I'm gonna get there. So this yellow circle is the center of mass, meaning that like if you put like a pin here, then it would balance perfectly. So you know, center of mass, pretty obvious. Center of lift is this arrow, and that is where, like, that's the center of where the lift is. So this is the part that will lift up first. And so you want, if you want the whole thing to take off like straight, like just like this, then you would want center of mass and center of lift together, but it's not very stable. And there's an interesting thing that happens depending on whether the center of lift is in front of or behind the center of mass. If it's in front, then you have a very easy time turning and like lifting off the ground. Or, well, turning in the sense of like, you know, when the plane moves up and down like this, then you can like turn to the side and make a very tight turn in that way. But the problem is that at high speeds it becomes unstable because the front tries to lift up the faster you're going. And so that's why when you see a lot of propeller planes or like World War II planes, they have the wings up in the front like this, because that makes them very good turners, and at the relatively low speeds that they're moving, then they don't have a problem. But if you built a jet like that, then it would take off and immediately do a backflip and then go right into the ground. So with jets, you want the center of lift behind the center of mass so that it's, I guess, harder to lift, harder to make the plane tip up. But if it's too far back, then you have the opposite problem. The back end goes up and it just plows straight into the ground. Do a backflip. Do a flip! Okay. Cookie, welcome! We're learning about spaceflight. And planes. We're learning more about planes and spaceflight at this point. Let's get some wheels on here. We want the wheels just behind our center of mass. Just like that. Yeah, I'm not much of a science person, but I know some science. And we'll have a tiny landing gear in front. And we want these to kind of, whoops, I don't want to do that. We want the wheels to kind of be even. I can't retract or extend these. No, it's fine. We can adjust things. We can make it work. Let's bring this one down a little bit. There we go. Just enough to be dangerous. Exactly. Exactly. I know enough to get in trouble. Let's see here. We're gonna want, just planning for the future. I don't expect this to actually take off. I expect to crash immediately. But we're gonna want, for the future, some monopropellant, so that when we are in space, we can move around. And we'll put that... where's our center of lift again? There it is. Yeah, we can put this a little forward. Like here. There we go. We'll have some thruster blocks. We can put these at the end of the wings. And just to set everyone's expectations, I am not expecting this to actually work at this point. Is that too big? Oh yeah, we have those much smaller ones. We don't need these big ones. So yeah, expectations. It's not going to work. Don't expect it to work. Attaching monopropellant under the wings like you're dropping bombs. Okay, so one of the things that I used to do in this was just build fighters complete with armament. So I got really good at building bombs in this. Bombs and unguided rockets. So, you know, maybe there'll be a stream of that. We can break the Geneva Conventions. Sorry, the Geneva Suggestions. You done that's very fun? Yeah. I got pretty good at building ICBMs in this too. Just strike anywhere. Every plane is a bomb if you're willing to not be able to use it a second time. I mean... You look through history, at least history after flight is invented, and every country who was on the losing side of a war has invented human-guided bombs. Like every single one. Get that variable swept wing. So we can actually do that, which I think is incredible. because we have robotics now. So we could make a variable swept wing fighter. I have no idea how to do it. I don't know how any of this stuff works. But theoretically, it's possible. That looks kind of like a thing, doesn't it? I don't like how far the engines stick out here, but the rest of it... The rest of it looks pretty good. What else are we going to need? We're going to need a way to generate power. Let's just slap a couple of... Yeah, we'll just slap these on here. Have some solar panels that we can extend. And then... I think that's it. Oh. We're gonna put a little antenna on here, just for fun. We'll just, if I can figure out which way to rotate this. There we go. Our little antenna, just in case. And I think that should be everything. Or, you know, everything for this first test. So we'll call this, park that on the bottom of the plane. Oh, that's a good idea, actually. Put that there. The part that'll be facing the planet in space. Good idea. Yeah, we'll call this, what do you think? My original plan was to call this Jebcraft 1, but, you know, let's see what suggestions you guys have while I take a drink. Delicious. You do like Jetcraft 1? Jetcraft? Half Moon? You know, we can do we can have like a line of fighters and then give each of them individual names. Jetcraft 1. Like, we don't want to name it after the things we don't want to happen. Ramune. Why? You're gonna have to explain why we call it Ramune. So this will be Jebcraft 1. And we'll give it a nickname. I'm waiting to see the half moon makes you think of a ramen bowl for some reason. Oh, you're still waiting for lunch. That's why. Okay, well, that makes sense. Ramen and moon combined together. I thought you were talking about the soda. Yeah, a nickname. You know, like how the, what? F-14 is the, Tomcat, I believe? And then, like, I know much more about the nicknames of fighters and bombers in World War II than I do about jets. 14 is the Tomcat. Okay. Yeah, because it's like, all I know is the 14 is the Tomcat, and then the A-10 is the Warthog. B-2 is the Spirit. And that's about as far as my knowledge goes. But if you want to talk about World War II fighters, I know a lot of them. Moonshot? Yeah, there we go. We're shooting for the moon, again. Jeb wants revenge on the moon. In fact, we'll make that the description. On the moon, this, not mood, moon, this is how he will get it. Save that. Oh, I need to set up our command groups. So step 1 here. This is going to be toggling our jets on and off. Number 2, we'll be toggling our rocket on and off. Number 3 will be toggling our solar panels. And can we turn this on and off? Yes. Toggling our communications. And number 4 will be our air brakes, because we'll need that to land. J10 Jorthog. Oh no. I'm just imagining an A10 covered in jeans material, just denim everywhere. The Jeb Cat. Okay, we're naming the next one the Jeb Cat. In fact, we'll save the Jeb Cat for when we make a fully armed and operational fighter plane. Okay. Wait for what? I'll go ahead and save this again so we have those command groups. Save Moonshot from SSTO to go for the moon. Gotta get those variable swept wings for the Jeb Cat. Okay, you're gonna make me do a lot of work on this one, Daikaiju. Sorry, I'm waiting to see if there's another suggestion. If we're saving Moonshot for the one that goes to the moon, then maybe we should name this one something slightly different. I mean, we could call it the Space. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna call this one the Space. Alright. Let's get this thing launched and see if it explodes. I'm scared. Huh. Didn't explode. That's nice. Okay, step 1. Put the brakes on. Whoop. I did not. Well, you know what? That's fine. We have the air brakes out for this. First try fun Fridays. Exactly. Alright, so we're going to activate our jet engines. We're going to get them spooled up. Out the brakes. As much speed as we can. This thing wants to get off the ground, you can see it. We're going to take the whole runway for this. We're going to let it get going fast. Here we go. Here. Hey, not bad. We're going faster than the speed of sound on the ground. I'll say something interesting. Okay. No Spitfire Unpunished. Explain why air combat games Spits tend to be unrealistic. If you need more, talk about the weird things, weird wings of the Corsair fighter. Okay. Let me turn the game audio down so that you can actually hear me, because I'm seeing that audio go crazy. Okay, and we're gonna... Whoop, oh, okay, easy there, boy. Come on, baby, hold together. So, in most air combat games where you have the Spitfire, the which is a British... okay, we're getting re-entry effects. I have to slow down a little bit. We're getting re-entry in atmosphere. This is a problem. We're going too fast. The plane is still as loud as I am? Okay, let me turn it down again. We might have too much speed. We might have too much of a good thing. I'm going to have this open so I can keep an eye on our fuel. We are running out of fuel very fast. Sorry, I'm going to get to the say something interesting in a minute. So... yeah, fuel consumption is going to be a problem. Okay, so... so, with the Supermarine Spitfire is a line, or was a line of British fighters in World War II. throttle back up again. It was the main British fighter for most of the war. It was developed before World War II, and saw service throughout the entire war. It tends to be considered in video games based around that time. It's like the Mario of fighters. It's pretty well balanced. The problem is that most video games don't model the problems that the Spitfire had in real life. Oh shit, our jets just cut out. Okay, turn on the rocket. But yeah, the Spitfire had one major problem, which is that Jeffrey almost is explained engulfed in flames for like 10 minutes. Yeah, he's a trooper. How are we doing? I mean, we're doing pretty good. So the Spitfire had a problem, which is it was designed for level flight, meaning that in the engine, like, I forget exactly what it was, but there was a part, like I think it was the spark plug or something. There was some part where if the Spitfire got turned upside down, then that part would flood and the entire engine would shut down. Oh shit, we are out of fuel. Well, I mean, we got out of atmosphere. That's a lot more than I thought was going to happen. So good news and bad news. We have no fuel, but we did get out of atmosphere, which means this is possible. Now, as we coast up into, can you get back into atmosphere? We are definitely going back into atmosphere. I can tell you that much. Can we land? That I don't know. We may have a rough landing. Although I do think that we can probably bail out if we... But, let's see. Yeah, Spitfire had a problem where if you turned upside down, the engine would shut down. Like, the engine would flood and shut down entirely. So, as you can imagine, when you're flying in three-dimensional space trying to shoot down someone else, turning upside down happens pretty frequently. So Spitfire pilots had to learn how to do these really specific turns in order to go upside down, where you can't see my hand movements, but like if the plane is going this way, ordinarily if you're going to do a flip and dive, like you would rotate, you would flip the plane 180 degrees and just dive down. With the Spitfire, you had to do this sweeping turn where you would go up and roll over and then dive, so that centripetal force would keep the engine from flooding. Which means that all Spitfire pilots had to fly in a very specific way, which was a problem because you don't want to be predictable in combat. So in video games, they don't model that. In video games, it's very hard to model a problem like that. So they just don't have it, which means that the biggest weakness of the Spitfire doesn't show up in video games. You know what? We can extend our solar panels. We'll get the full experience. There we go. Ain't that nice? So yeah, Spitfires tend to be unrealistic and slightly overpowered in video games just because their weakness isn't modeled. I don't think I've ever seen a video game that models that particular engine problem. Spits get to cheat, exactly. Because aside, like, if you're not encumbered by that problem, Spitfires are amazing at maneuverability. They have a rounded wingtip. They're one of the first fighters to have a rounded wingtip, which gives them an advantage in their ability to roll left and right like this. So they can flip back and forth like that like crazy. But of course, in real life, if you do that, then whatever causes the engine to shut down can happen because you just got like some kind of fluid flipping back and forth. Okay, we're starting to go back down. I'm gonna close up those things and point us down. We're gonna find out what happens when we hit re-entry. Now, if you want to hear something that's funny, a lot of air combat games tend to be developed in part with Russian developers. So I think like I know the old not Ace Combat no. I'm trying to think of the name of this series. They developed a device to counter that issue called Miss Schilling's Orifice. Oh no. Oh no. Why are the British like this? Aces High. So Aces High had that problem. Aces High is a I think it still is a massively multiplayer online air combat game. There was another series called Fight. It was a spin-off of Flight Simulator. Combat Flight Simulator. That was it. So there's a bunch of air combat games that are developed in part with Russian developers. And there is a tradition, apparently, amongst those developers to always make the Russian planes a little bit better than everyone else. The official name was the REA Restrictor, but it was called Miss Schilling's Orifice, Miss Tilly's Diaphragm, and Tilly's Orifice. Oh, no. Oh, no. But yeah, air combat games with Russian developers tend to make Russian planes a little bit better. So you end up with things like one of the Russian fighters was called the Yak 9, which Yak words. Yak is short for like Yakolov, I believe, who was the engineer behind the fighter. Which it's not a bad plane. Okay, we're starting to burn up. Everything's fine. It's not a bad plane. The problem is that the cannon in it did not fire very well. There was a common belief amongst Russian pilots that when you pull the trigger on the Yak cannon, that the shell would roll out of the end and drop straight down. Just because it was so bad at like the bullet would not go faster than the plane, basically. But in video games with Russian developers, that cannon tends to work extremely well. Like, it's basically a sniper. Oh boy. It is very warm in there. Jeb, you alright? You alright down there, Jeb? Everything good? Honestly, I'm surprised nothing has exploded on this thing yet. Like, we were getting re-entry effects when we were going up into space. We're getting them now. Nothing's exploded yet. It's getting darn close, though. Keyword yet. Exactly. REA restrictor only allowed negative G maneuvers. They still couldn't go upside down. Yeah. Yeah, I thought there was something like that. Adjust very slightly so that we're still going down. Yeah, we're going to have a very interesting landing with this thing because we're going to have to glide in. And I don't know how much lift this thing has just on its own. But we're going to keep angling ourselves down so that we hopefully stay above flight speed, Hydrate? Okay, I'm gonna hydrate because Jeb is cooking. Okay, I've hydrated. Alright, we're starting to slow down a bit more. So we're gonna dive, get closer to the ground. When we get closer, we'll open the flaps. That will slow us right down. Actually, we should probably lower the landing gear and then lower the flaps. Because once we start losing speed, we're never getting it back with this thing. This is very stressful. I'm scared. I'm scared for Jeb 3's life. Ground is coming up very quickly. You believe in Jeb? I believe in Jeb too. Look at how excited he is in there. Also me. Thank you. Tell you what, since we don't have re-entry effects again, I'm just going to turn the sound up a little bit so you can hear what I'm hearing. I'm stressed out. This is as stressful as when we tried to land the when we tried to land on the moon. Look at that wide open plain of no gun pits. Don't get me started on gun pits. Just don't even. Just no. Or trees. Yep. No trees, no gun pits, just a wide open. That's actually more bumpy than I thought it was going to be. Okay, easy. Just level out. Well, not exactly level out, but you know, more level. Okay, we have our gear. Gonna get right down here. Very slowly, very easily. Hey, look, a bush. Well, at least we have a landmark so that, you know, we can be found at the end of all this. Hey, look, another bush. How much longer will horizontal momentum exist before it stops to just vertical? We're actually gliding pretty well. I'm surprised. Okay, lower the gear. Because we're getting very close to the ground. Because kind of the goal at this point, that's a hill. There's a hill coming up. The goal at this point is to run out of horizontal speed at the same time that our gear hits the ground. And we gotta do this in one shot. Okay. Nope, not that. Not that one. Open the flaps. Come on, baby. Hold together. Oh, shit. Easy. Easy. Hey. Okay, so I hit the wrong button and our solar panel is deployed. But we only lost one engine in all of that. Like, I'd call that a win. We lived. We survived. Oh, don't look at the ground from that angle. Okay. Let's just recover Jeb. Look at that. He's ready to fly again. Okay, so now we're going to try that again, but this time without running out of fuel. And to do that, we're going to do some adjustments. Because what we learned from that is these engines eat up a whole lot of fuel. 2 is overkill. The other thing is we don't need to. Like, with 2, we got going super fast, so we don't need it. So I'm going to switch these around. Have 1 ramjet in the back. And then we don't need that engine. That was overkill for getting into space. Ion engines will not have the thrust we need. We literally hit Mach 1 on the ground. We did, which was really impressive. I didn't expect that to happen. So we're going to have a couple of arrow spikes on the sides. Because the thing is, arrow spikes aren't the most, they're not the most powerful, but we don't need a whole lot of power to just pop out of atmosphere and back in. So we can actually just kind of move this back a little bit. Just like that. Well, I don't want to have that clipping in. Just like that. And then if we check, yep, that's still good. We hit my, yeah. I already read that. Other thing I want to do is right now, yeah, our air brakes are in the, actually no, that's fine. We can leave that. Second try Sundays, yep. Second try. We got really close on the first try though. Let's see, is there anything, whoop, sorry. I had a bit of a bit of a moment there. All right, assign this. There we go. Yep, and good. I'm wondering if we should add a little extra jet fuel to this. Because we could sneak in a couple of small jet fuel tanks just down here. You know what? Let's just take off with this. Yeah, the rocket engine. Yes, that's what these 2 spikes are. These arrow spikes, despite their name, are actually jet engines or rocket engines. They use both liquid fuel and oxidizer. So I guess they're more like what would that be? They're more like the engines that were on the space shuttle, I believe. Long story short, they are rocket engines. So let's take off with this. We'll call this the JetCat 1-1. And we'll see how this works. And they look cool. Very important. And then if we run out of fuel on this one, then we can just add some more fuel tanks and see how we do. I've got a good feeling about this one. Okay, toggle on the brakes, put on the SAS, activate our jet. We're gonna go for like 1/3 thrust for taking off. Get that spooled up. Toggle our brakes. Have this open so I can keep an eye on our fuel flow. And we're just gonna take this nice and easy. Nice leisurely flight. And everything will be perfectly fine. We don't gotta go Mach 1 this time. Just gonna ride this all the way to the end of the runway. Just wait for it. Wait for it. And up. Gear up. Get a little more thrust. Little more thrust. Little more thrust. Okay, with one engine, we're going to need a lot more thrust. 69 meters above sea level. Okay, we are kind of fighting to keep this nose pointed up. There we go. Just had to reach the right threshold of speed. See, isn't it so much better when we're not on fire taking off? He's nice. I like it. Yeah, well, we can't all be orc pilots. Just trying to adjust a little bit. There we go. You like the fire? Well, we got fire coming out of the back. So this flight is going to take a little more time than the first one. But what I'm hoping to do is, you know, get up there with fuel to spare and then come back. Now, one thing we could do, which would definitely like get us into space, is to just take like drop pods with extra fuel in them and then drop those once they run out. That would give us that extra jet fuel that would be useful, but then we're not single stage anymore. So, you know, we'll see if this works. And if we can't like we can't the words, if we can't finagle it so that we get up there as a single staged orbit, we can just slap some drop pods on this and we'll be in space. Be nice and easy. But I also have an idea to just add more fuel to this without needing to make any drop pod adjustments. It's a nice relaxing flight. Hopefully I don't sneeze because I can feel it coming. Nope, it's gone. No sneeze for you. Sorry, VTuber sneezes. Now, one interesting thing with this ramjet is it will be more effective the faster we're going, but also, I believe, the higher up. Lapet, welcome! Welcome back! You can also adjust how much fuel is in the tanks when you start. Any excess fuel or oxidized with excess weight that you can get rid of before launch. Yeah, the problem that we had last time is we ran out of everything. We did get out of atmosphere and then land. We just didn't complete an orbit, which is the goal of this mission. Nick, welcome! Oh god! Nick, thank you for the raid. Welcome. Here, I'll ring the bell for you. Hang on. Welcome. Yeah, we're doing Kerbal Space Program. We're trying to build a single stage to orbit space plane. It's not a raid. Well, you hit the raid button. Oh, as a host. Sorry. I think I have the same alert for raid and host. But yes, welcome. Thank you for the host. This looks fun. It's Kerbal Space Program. We're building space planes. Hey, look, we've got Jeb back. He didn't die last time. Okay, so my thinking is we get right up to the edge of the atmosphere, like up over here. Then we level out and hit the throttle, try and get some more speed, and then we just pop up out of atmosphere and use our aero spikes to get a nice orbit. But you're tip ass into the stream before remembering raid was a thing. That's all right. Thank you for joining. We're just having a nice chill stream. Definitely didn't have any issues with the first flight. Things did not catch fire. And everything was fine. We're starting to slow down, so I'm going to bump up our throttle a little bit. Angle down a little bit, because we don't need to get to space fast, we need to get to space well. Let's go into space. So yeah, there's not a whole lot else going on, so how are you all doing? How are things in your respective parts of the internet? Me, I'm just playing video games, relaxing, chillaxing, all cool. I said this at the beginning of the stream, but 1,000 Twitter follower milestone reward coming very soon. Okay, let's throttle up and get some speed. Very good, that's good, Nick. Got a picture of land-based aircraft carrier for seaplanes. What? I mean, I guess I can see scenarios where that would be useful, but yeah, like a pool. Yeah, it's just a kiddie pool on treads. That's it. A pool on treads. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess if you've got to transport like a like seaplanes across the continent, like if you're trying to move them from, I don't know, like the Baltic to the Mediterranean. But Higaran. Okay. Alright, we're approaching the point where we're not getting as much upward thrust, but we're getting pretty close to the edge of atmosphere. It's aircraft carrier body on with treads. Okay, interesting. So once we stop getting any upward momentum, then we'll turn on our rockets, and then eventually this will burn out. DM me on Twitter if I want to try and show on stream or something. Yeah, go ahead, and we'll take a look at it after this flight. Okay, and hop on the rockets. Okay, we're gonna need the RCS to counteract that a little bit. Don't need quite that much thrust. Turn it down. Eventually our ramjet will run out. You know what? I'm gonna turn the ramjet off now, because we need that fuel for our turbojets. Turbojets are eating up a lot of fuel. I might switch those out on the next version. But right now we just want to get into orbit. And then we need just enough fuel to get back out of it. Okay, turn that down a lot. Okay, we're gonna run out of fuel before we get into orbit again. So let's cut the engines, and we'll just we'll switch back to the ramjet once we're in atmosphere again. And then we'll have a controlled landing. I guess we're landing here this time. So we didn't quite make it into space this time, which is unfortunate. So I think the solution here is going to be we take a little more liquid fuel and we switch out these arrow spikes for a more efficient engine. And I think if we do that, then we'll get into space. Yeah, I don't have enough time to look at the Twitter DM at this point. But after we land, Ravi, I will take a look and show the world this aircraft carrier on treads. Oh god, I don't know what's going on, but it's not hiccups, but there's a thing going on. You tweeted at me? Okay. Don't know if it was a DM. So there's a difference between like making a post and adding someone versus direct messaging. Direct messaging, you would go to that person's profile, and then there's a little like a little envelope that you can click to open up a chat. You don't know how to Twitter. That's fair. That is very fair. I have only really been using Twitter for 3 or 4 months. So I'm still a baby when it comes to those things. Alright, getting re-entry effects again. Fortunately, we know that the plane can handle re-entry. You know, if I wanted to give everyone a panic attack right now, I would go and look for the message, and just not even look at the game as we're plummeting in a plume of fire. Okay, this is going to be interesting. We're going to want to come down quickly and then drop our speed because we don't have a whole lot of land to deal with. Yeah, 12,000 meters to look. That's plenty of time. Well, I'm gonna run out of that speed that time pretty quickly. Okay, turn on our engine just in case. And we're diving. Gonna get right close, and then we're gonna pull up. Oh, Lepet, I will read your message in just a moment, Lepet. I'm focused very hard on this. Because last time we managed to land with only breaking one engine. I'd like to beat that record. Okay, drop the gear. Hey, look, a bush. Break the other engine. You have to have an even set. This is the engine that survived from that first one. Okay, and brakes. Oh, we're going right into a hill. We're going right into a hill. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Bump. This is fine. Bump. And easy. We didn't even need the other engine. Okay. What did the pet say? Another thing you can try is getting up a bit more speed with that jet engine. they'll lost somewhere between 10,000 and 15,000. Throttle up and keep going until you max out. Then point up, activate the rockets and soar. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, we'll try that next time. Slicker than snot on a doorknob. Where do you come up with these? What? The texture on the grass sure makes it hard to identify difference in elevation. Yeah, it's a trip. Okay, so we're gonna swap out that because I didn't like it. Got that one from the Richie Rich movie. Okay. That's a turbofan. Yeah. And only steal the finest, read weirdest lines that you can. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so let's. What do you think? We try these ones? Oh, with the art. Oh, right, the thing. Let me grab that. Jib looks cool. Thank you. We went for coolness first, and then we made it fly. Oh, Robbie, you figured out how to do DMs. Oh, that is very nice. Okay, hang on. I don't have a window capture on this scene. Hang on. Window capture. Okay, I can just add the old one. Yeah, there we go. Bam. Here, I'll make it bigger so you can see. Look at that. That's the thing. I like this this catamaran thing they have here. I've seen construction vehicles Tokyo drifting around. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay, get out of here. Okay, so we got our better. Oh. Why are those upside down? Okay, you know what? That kind of symmetry is not going to work for me. We'll do that. There we go. Like the PBY they have on the catapult. Yeah, they did, didn't they? That was interesting. Okay, and then I want to add a little more fuel. This is going to take a little readjustment, but let me just pop on a little extra fuel there. Honestly, you just love the PBY. That's fair. It's not a bad looking plane. Long boy, yep. And we just pop on a couple of these. Oh. Couple of these. And we have our lift to mass profile again. You like it? We got extensions now. So then we gotta fix our control groups. Gill wings, hey man, if it works, it works. I think this should work. Oh, where's our center of mass now? Oh yeah, our landing gear should be fine there. You know what? Let's put a couple more air intakes on this thing. If I can get these rotated around the right way. Let's put these back here. Or maybe I just want to put a couple of, like, just 2 extra air intakes just to get a little extra time out of our engine there. Could put them here. Oh yeah, I like that. Let's put them here. Let's get these a little rotate. Just like that. On the top, nestled in the engine parts. I mean, we could put them on the top. But I really like having them there. I think that looks cool. Plus they feed into the our RCS there, which we really have not needed so far, but we're keeping it. Okay, this is the 1.2 or the 1-2. It's there if we do. Exactly. If/when we get into space, we'll need it. Actually, one thing that I wanted to do last time, but I forgot. I don't like these Model A's. I don't like that, the 3x2. At least for this. I want to have the 1x6. Just because I think that'll look nicer sticking out of the side of the plane. There we go. Alright, let's give this a try. I've got a good feeling about this one. And we're gonna take Lepet's advice. And we will get going fast. This is the one. Third try Thrun days, yeah. Get the jet engine spooled up. Drop the brakes. Have that open so I can keep an eye on fuel. Good feelings all around. We're going quite fast, we don't need to go that fast. Well, we kind of do. And up. There we go. Oh, sometimes I get a good feeling. Yeah. Give it a little more of a boosty boost. So we get up to 10,000 or 10,000 meters. Yeah, 10-15K. And then we gun the engine, get as much speed as we can. Once that tops out, we hit the rockets, pop up into space, do a little bit of an orbit, come back down, boom, done. The nice thing is, we've proven, like twice now, we don't need fuel to land. So that's a good thing. Good plan, thank you. I'm glad you agree with me. There's a real chance you maybe need fuel to land at the airstrip though. Good point. That is still our goal. Flies quite nicely for a plane with such swept-back wings. Yeah. So just wasted getting out of Atmo. Yeah, exactly. We have 3 different opinions of this. Trick with any space plane is using your air-breathing engines to do as much of the launch work as possible before you fire up your rocket engines. So the question is, how high and how fast can I go with my jet engine? Good idea. That is good knowledge to have. Because I guess in that way, we're basically using the jet engine to get to a new launch point. Like, we want to get as high and as fast as possible before we have to use those rockets. We're all learning something today. Honestly, you're not suffering re-entry heating, you're not going fast enough with your rocket engines, with the jet engines. You missed the first launch, because we did really well with that. In fact, what we could do, because with the first launch, we hit Mach 1 on the launch pad, because we had 2 ramjets as our jet engines. What we could do is go back to that now that we have more fuel. I should probably stop drinking this tea. It is both cold and also late here. The tea is cold and the time is late, just to clarify that. It's not like the tea is late and the time is cold. Think the double ramjet is to play? Okay. If this doesn't work, we'll go back to the double ramjet. Get that bad boy into orbit in less than 5 minutes. We're gonna speed run it. Speed running space. We're gonna get there. Yeah, 1 ramjet might actually not be enough now. We'll see. Perhaps the tea was both late and cold. I mean, I had my tea from the beginning of the stream. So I guess once it gets to a certain point, like, you loop back around from it being cold tea to iced tea, and then suddenly it's good again. That's a big think right there. There is extra weight now? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We have the extra weight from the more fuel. Wish there was a true scramjet in KSP. Just looked it up and apparently they don't work at speeds lower than Mach 5. Wow. That's pretty incredible. 69 miles per hour. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Actually, our speed is dropping. I should throttle up a little more. You know what? Let's open the throttle all the way up. Why think hard when you can think not? Besides, we got the fuel for it. Might need more jets. I might. I mean, we're slowly gaining speed now that I have the throttle open all the way. But you are right. I think we may want to switch over to 2 ramjets and 1 rocket engine instead of vice versa. Don't worry, we'll get there. We'll get there when we get there. Are we there yet? No. We're not there yet. Stop kicking the seat. accomplished the mission on the first launch. We got a plane to space, not into a full orbit. I mean, pretty much. Like, my goal at the start of this was to do one full orbit as our victory condition. But we've gotten like 90% of the way there. The last bit is just do an orbit and land at the landing field. Or at the airfield, rather. So I could end the stream right now if I really wanted to. I won't, but I could. I wish I had like a fake ending screen that I could put up. Although that does remind me, I need to invest in a starting soon and a starting soon, be right back, and a ending screen at some point. Maybe I'll work on that over the next couple of weeks. Because I have that all-in-one waiting screen that I use at the beginning of the stream. But it'd be nice to have like a, hey, we're starting up soon, or a, hey, I gotta go do a thing. I have screens for those. Yeah, we'll get there. Streaming is always evolving. Okay, we're getting up to where we can start trying to get that extra speed in. And we still have plenty of fuel, look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful fool. You're about to head out? Alright, have a good day. I'm waiting to see what the other half of that message is. Oh, why would you do this to me? Ravi, why? Why would you do this? Okay. Let's point down a little bit so we can start building up speed. Now, I will explain. I'll explain my rivalry with gun pits. So, as you might have seen in the chat before, where Ravi mentioned Aces High, that massively multiplayer online air combat game. So I used to play that a lot as like a teenager. So I was like, hey, you're gonna catch flack for bringing up gun pits. What a coincidence, huh? What a fucking coincidence. Yeah, so I used to play that a lot. And they would have this thing every couple of months where they would do a reenactment of different like parts of World War II. So basically different air battles, like different big air battles. So they did like D-Day, like the air battles surrounding D-Day. They had like the American Volunteer Force, the Flying Tigers in China versus the Japanese Air Force. They did the Battle of Britain, which was very fun. But one that the whole thing with the gun pits comes from one that I was a part of, where it was Japanese Air Force versus the American Air Force in the Philippines. And part of that mission, like I was flying on the Japanese side, flying an A6M, a Zero. If you know what that is, it's the Japanese fighter that everyone knows from World War II. So I was flying that, and the squadron I was in, our job was like to island hop. So we started on one island in their airfield, and then we would fly to the next island, land, refuel, take off, go to the next island, land, refuel, and basically just patrol between those airfields and look for enemy fighters. So the very first airfield we land at, I did not have the firmest grasp of how to fly at that point, so I didn't exactly know what the brakes were. And so I touched down. It's all very nice, but I didn't know how to slow down, so I hit the brakes and I brake with one wheel instead of with both. I brake on the left side and start swinging around to the left, and I roll and I roll and I roll. Speed is increasing real nicely now. It really is. You give very good advice. But yeah, I just keep rolling, and then I think, okay, there's a nice stretch of land right here. It's nice and flat. I can just roll until I stop, and then I'll come back around onto the airstrip. Well, wouldn't you know it, I go over the tiniest hill in the world, and there's a gun pit, and I just tip right into it, flip head over ass, and next thing I know, I'm in my fighter, upside down, looking at the gun pit. And so, ever since then, gun pits and I have had a long-standing rivalry. They're evil. They hide. And they destroy the hopes and dreams of young pilots. This was one time you come over to watch this Aces High event. Yeah. Ravi had come over to see my physical form and watch what was going on. So I got to look real foolish. Okay, we're starting to drop speed. So let's go ahead and do that thing where we tip up and go rocketing towards space, shall we? So, rockets on. Going up. RCS, don't tip over that far. Oh, jeez. Oh, shit, I hit the wrong one. There we go. Okay, turn that down because we don't need to go that fast. We just want to push ourselves out into orbit. We don't want to go sailing out towards the mud. How are we doing? We're actually doing pretty good, but we're going to run out of oxidizer right here. Dang. I got more speed out of that if I load out 15k and built up. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yep, just ran out of oxidizer. Oh, I didn't mean to open up my my solar panels, put those away. But we got right up to the edge of atmosphere there. So yeah, I think we'll keep following what Lepet says, and we'll land this, and then we'll just take off with this exact same one, the same design, and this time we'll level off at like 13 to 15k and build up speed. Because look at all that fuel we have left. Like, that's all fuel that could have gone into building up speed. We'll get there. For now, we will just drift, and we'll use that fuel to find a landing place. You're going to the ocean? Well, kind of. We'll come down, and then we'll turn the engines on. And then we can, like, turn around and land over here. I got a text. What's this text about? Okay, nothing important. Everything's good. I mean, if we wanted to jump right into it, I could just revert to the hangar, but you know, we're doing this the proper way. Very important. My upstairs neighbors are working on their ark again. I really don't know what they're doing up there. I'm surprised Bear wasn't telling you to tell some embarrassing story on you. I mean, oh, Bear's eating. Okay, that explains it. No, Tyler, ain't got time for that shit. There's food to be eaten. Understandable. What is there we can talk about while we're waiting to, while we're working on landing? Oh, you know what? I've got that list on my phone of topics to talk about. Let's see here. What sounds like a good thing to talk about here? Okay. How about a hot take? Who wants a hot take? Because this is one that I've been thinking about for basically since I started this whole VTubing journey. And that is hot takes are fun? They are. I thought you were leaving. Why are you still here? Pepper turkey, Colby Jack, cheese, mayo, mixed salad, veggie sandwich. Is that your hot take? Is your hot take your meal choice? Do you want me to roast you for your sandwich? Do you want a roasted sandwich? But yeah, so here's my hot take. There's this thing on Twitter. I'm sure that you have. Oh, conditions in the world have changed. Oh, war has changed. Okay, turn that off. We don't need that yet. So there's this thing on the Twitters. You may have seen. Which oh god, things have gone terribly wrong. Okay, we're not gonna turn that fast. Easy, come on, baby, hold together. Oh god, we're going exactly the wrong direction. Hang on, I gotta recover this first, and then I will share my hot take. Easy. Oh fuck, we're in a flat spin. This is a problem. Okay, hit the throttle. Get us momentum. This is what we call flat plating. It is not good. It is very not good. Come on. Just get. No. Is it going fast enough in the direction that we're trying to go? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna turn on RCS and try and just push ourselves down so that we're going in the right direction. There we go. Okay. We recovered. Everything's fine. Alright, slow turn. Yeah, what happened there is my plane turned faster than I could handle, and essentially what happened is instead of like my thrust going this way along the plane, it was going this way. Like my plane was going in this direction, and so I had no control. Reroute to the next continent over? No, we're still gonna try and turn around. Let's just taking a very long time. Jets do not like to turn very fast. But yeah, it's a real problem when you start going at high speeds, where the plane will want the plane. If you get the plane turning faster than it can control, then you do like a flat plate or a flat spin, and essentially what that means is you've lost control of the plane, and it's very bad. So in that scenario, oh geez, I'm doing it again. Alright, just flip around. Just flip around. Flip around. No. 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 Bad things. We are going in exactly the opposite direction to where we want to go. Okay, maybe we can just, like, force ourselves to fly in this direction again. Come on. Okay. All according to plan. All completely according to plan. See? It all worked out. But yeah, if you get into a flat spin like that, then what you need to do is get the plane, somehow get the nose of your plane pointed in the direction that the plane is moving. Everything is extremely according to Keikaku. It's all gone to Road Apple's Kupo. Both of those are true. But yeah, you need to get the nose of the plane pointing in the direction you're going, either by getting the engines going fast enough that you just start moving in the direction you're pointing again, or by forcing the plane to turn into the direction that you're moving and staying there long enough to get control. Hell, Kraken, it's not even a Kraken thing. Real planes do this too. This is why I am not an aero engineer. What was I talking about? Hot take, that was it. Thank you. So there's this thing on Twitter, on social media in general. Oh god. I just need to stop trying to control this plane. God damn. Oh Jesus, what is happening? What is even happening right now? This plane is against hot takes. Hot take keeps saying into a flat spin. Oh jeez. Come on. Come on, baby, hold together. Okay, just get pointed in that direction, and then I'm not gonna touch it. I'm not touching it anymore. My hands are off the controls. Okay, so, hot take. There's this thing on social media that I have been seeing ever since I joined, which is people talking about how hard their life is and how no one gets it. And I get it. Like, I don't get, like, okay, I'm not going to pretend to understand every individual person's life. Like, that's something that no one can get. But I get the urge to use social media as a way to vent. Because it's like having a diary, right? You write into the diary about how tough it is to exist. And then you close the diary and you go about your day. The problem with doing it on social media is everyone else can see it, and everyone has those problems. Like, if you're complaining, or not complaining, I don't want to use that word. I don't like the word complain, because it tends to diminish whatever the issue is. But if you're using social media to vent about, like, say, not having a whole lot of followers, or if you're venting about like being stuck at home for a year, like, everyone can understand that, but no one is on social media to see that. Expressing is a good way to put it. I use venting because I feel like the difference between venting and expressing is the strength of the emotion and what the purpose is of that, of what you're doing. Like if you're expressing it, then it's like here's an update on how I'm feeling, and venting is like just dumping your soul out onto the internet, which is tempting, right? But people go onto social media to get away from their real life. And so when you bring in the negative parts of your real life, then that's just adding extra shit that people gotta deal with. And people, they don't want that. So I see a lot of VTubers, or they say, like, okay, that's a different rant, but a lot of VTubers who start talking about how difficult it is to build up a following, and how, like, you know, I've been at this for a year and I have 100 followers. What's going on? Maybe I should just quit. No one wants to see that. Like, just to be completely brutally honest, like, that kind of, if that's your content, no one's gonna read it. And, you know, I tend to follow people on Twitter who I think deserve, like, I see them and I'm like, oh, this person deserves to build up a following, even if they don't make content that I'm particularly interested in. But, like, if you're posting, if you're posting, like, how hard it is to build a following, then I'm gonna stop following. Because, like, I get it. I've been there. I already know how hard it is to build up a following. But, like, I don't need that in my life, man. Hey, look, I landed. You're stuck in a loop of venting about how low your following is and no one following because they see that, because they don't like that. Exactly. That's exactly it. Like, once you start down that path, then you can't get out of it. You're already, you basically commit yourself to content no one wants to see. So if you want a following, positive vibes only. Like, I wouldn't even go that far. I would, like, it doesn't have to be positive all the time. Just don't vent about how hard it is and then not do anything about it. Like, you can say that, like, oh, I've been at 100 followers for 3 months, but then, like, continue that thought into, here is what I'm going to do to change it. Don't just stagnate and be like, oh, I'm at 100 followers, no one likes what I'm making. Like, the next step from that is people aren't following me. What do I need to do to get them to follow me? So yeah, like take that next step. All right, so we're gonna take the advice that we had before, or the thought we had before. Switch over to 2 ramjets and 1 rocket. These stick out so far. I don't like that, but we'll make it work. Okay, that's already set. That's already set. We're good there. You're actually gonna head out now? Are you sure? Are you sure, Robbie? Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for the luck. I will let you know when we get to space. Try to burn up on exit. You're not the boss of me. I'll burn as much as I want. Why are we bouncing? Whatever. It's fine. Press X to believe. Believe harder, everyone. JC Denton, what are you doing here? Alright, it is time for speed. have to turn the game audio down for you all, because it's gonna be very it's gonna be a bit loud, as we know. Ass end is heavy. We got that junk in the trunk. This is one thick plane. And up. There we go. Alright, so as we climb up to our target altitude of 10,000 feet, the stewardess will be coming back with some drinks and snacks. The captain will turn off the no seatbelt sign as soon as we are at our cruising altitude. Sorry, I don't know what happened to me there. Just to go back to that topic from before. I don't want to stay on that topic, but I guess related. Just as advice for VTubers, this is part of the video that I've been working on for a month now, and will eventually be available. I swear, it will be available someday. But if you want to become popular on the internet, the trick really is to make content, and not just to make content, but to you gotta have a brand, right? That's the thing. The thing that you gotta do is you gotta have your brand. You gotta have the thing that will draw people to you. It's about selling yourself. Yeah, I don't like selling as the term, because I think that the implication is that you lose something when other people gain something. It's less selling yourself and more like, here is the reason to follow me. For capitalism now, it's not even capitalism, really. Like, you don't lose anything from yourself by making content. You're just making it so that other people see what you're making, right? Like, I could play this game on my own, but the reason why I stream it is to provide it as content to you all. If you want to be an entertainer, you need to be entertaining. Exactly. That's exactly it. So, what I think people don't get, and this is something like I've been thinking of this before I became a VTuber, is if you want to be popular, people need to see what you're making. And so the easiest way to do that is just make it so that the thing you're making is you. Like, that's the big advantage of VTubers, is you are the thing that you are. Like, you're advertising yourself. And so your Twitter account should be like, here is the thing that people are here for. People are here for you. Make that what your Twitter account is about. Make that what your social media presence is about. And then your stream is just like the live version of that content. Make it so that people sign up for you, and then in your streams, be you. I think that's the key right there. You see a whole... I don't know if you see it so much now, but when I was trying to be a YouTuber, like a YouTube Let's Player, the thing that you would always see about the big popular Let's Players at the time, like PewDiePie and Jacksepticeye and Markiplier and all those people, is people always said that they felt genuine, even when they were obviously putting on a persona. And so the thing is, like, their presence on the internet was to be that person, like, and that was just them. So, like, just do the same thing. Just be you, and make things that are you, and then when you stream, be you again. And then people who like that will come to you. But if you're trying to, like, adjust yourself and your content to match what another audience is looking for, then it's not going to work. You can't be genuine like that. Can't watch Markiplier's solo performances anymore. Heavy horror game feels like a performance, but it feels like a big goof by way. It feels like good. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think people want to see. They want to see the performance of what looks like genuine to them. And so the things that get popular feel genuine even if they're not. Like, I think that's like, I think you can kind of track the popularity of a channel like Game Grumps or any other like big YouTube channel. You can kind of track their popularity by how much they seem genuine and how much it's not even like if they are genuine, then it's if they feel genuine compared to what they've set up before. I'm not explaining this very well, but I'm trying. If you adjust to be the content that someone else already is, what's the point of watching? Exactly. I think I don't remember if I made a Twitter post about this before, but like, what you want to do is give people a reason to follow you specifically instead of someone like you. Like, make content that only you can provide. So for me, like, that's making memes with my model. You can't get those anywhere else. You cannot get Lilin reaction memes anywhere but my Twitter account. And so, like, that's my draw. That's my brand. Every time I'm in like a networking thread, one of the big things that I say is like, I make memes, and then in the networking thread I post memes. In other threads, I still post memes. Like, it's the brand. That is who Lilin is. Lilin is their memes. And so, figure out what your brand is. And once you know what that is, oh geez, we're gonna eat through fuel so fast like that. Let's turn it down. Like, if you know what your brand is, and you just stick with it, if you're consistent with it, then, like, people will come to you. Your audience will naturally find you if you're making the content they're looking for. But if you're trying to grab someone else's audience, then you can't compete with them. You can't compete with someone who's already making what you got because they have time advantage on their hands. Thine own self be true, and I must follow as day to night. Thou canst not be false to any man. Exactly. That's exactly it. But yeah, make content that's true to you. And then, going vertical at... I'm going to keep going until we start losing speed. Because we're actually going pretty fast here. We overshot the 10K. But you know what? It's fine. Okay, let's hit our rocket. Oh, Urbaner, welcome, and also welcome. We were just, we're going into space, and we were talking about how to become famous on the internet. We might make it this time. I really hope we make it this time. Or we'll just barely not make it, which will be sad. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to circularize our orbit with the amount of fuel we have left. Damn. That makes me sad. Well, we'll see how close we get. Maybe we can at least pop out of atmosphere. Well, you know what? We barely made it out of atmosphere. We got up into space with this. And that's pretty good. Like, considering that this is we've been at this for what? That's about 2.5 hours, and I haven't built a space plane in years. Like, getting up into the edge of space is pretty impressive. I haven't built a space plane in Kerbal space program in years. Watching it inspired me to cobble one together. Got to orbit first try. Wow, congrats. Such a satisfying experience. Space planes are so much fun, and honestly, ship as small as you're flying, you might be able to get away with a Terrier for your rocket engine. You get a lot more delta V out of that. Also looks like you have more liquid fuel than you need. Yeah, I think that's the main thing. I gotta adjust the balance of things. But we're getting closer. We're definitely getting closer. In fact, you know what? We'll give it one more shot. We'll land this. We'll do one more try. We'll use the Terrier engine. Oh god. We'll take your advice. We'll use the Terrier engine. We'll get much more speed in the 10 to 15,000 altitude. Yeah, and we'll cut back on the liquid fuel. We don't need this much. But yeah, congratulations on building a successful space plane before I could, Lapet. Or Lapet. I'm gonna get that. And this time we're not gonna try and turn around. We're not gonna have that problem again. This time we just go in a straight line, we land, and we make it happen. But I think this next try after this is probably gonna, well, I say probably. It may or may not be the last one. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. It either will or it won't. Honestly, I'm just impressed that we haven't crashed yet. Like, we haven't had, aside from our solid fuel rocket that we built right at the beginning with the lawn chair on top, we haven't had an explosion yet. And the engine that we lost on the first test. But no one died except for that first one. Except for the lawn chair on the top of the rocket. That's the only one where someone died. Everything else, we landed like 99% intact. That rocket never even exploded. Exactly. The rocket itself, perfectly fine. Probably would have in a while. Yeah, when it came back down to Kerbal, it would have exploded. But none of our planes have exploded. No one died except for that one time. Yep. You can quote me on that. As an alternate universe doesn't count. Yeah, exactly. That was the yeah, a quantum death. We don't count those. That was before the timeline reset. We have made it to we're in the true world line right now. Just trying to check and see where we're gonna come down. Okay, we can land in this strip here. That'll work. Trying to think if I want to move on to another topic on my list or just kind of hang out for a while. Because, gotta keep talking. That whole thing of if someone new joins, you have like 30 seconds to get their attention. So, just thinking, saying words, swinging my head back and forth because people like the bell. Okay, let's move on to another topic that I have on this list, because this is one that I'm gonna be honest, it kind of bugs me, and it's not like a bad thing. It's well, I guess it depends on your definition. God, this is such a weird topic to bring up, but so there's this and I apologize if this sounds like a humble brag. I don't mean it this way. There's this perception online that what's the topic? I will get to it. I'll get to it when I want to. This is my show. I'll waffle around as much as I want and you can't stop me. There's this perception online that and I've seen it a couple of times. There's this perception that that I'm super supportive of other people, which I am. I like to support other people. That's everyone. All VTubers are in this together. Everyone who's making content is in it together. There's no competition in this. No one's gonna steal someone else's audience. But like, I see things where like I just send people a response on a post saying you can do it or I believe in you, and then they go into full key smash mode. It's like, oh my god, thank you, you're so supportive, I love you so much. I'm like it feels good. I will admit that, but like, are you okay? Are people not telling you that you can do it? Like, I think we need to normalize or like aggressively aggressively be supportive of our fellow content creators. Because, like, to me, saying you can do it or I believe in you, like, that's just part of being a person. Like, I just instinctively support people when they're doing something that that looks like they want to do it. Which, like, if you're into VTubing, then you'd better want to do it. Like, don't get into VTubing if you don't want to. But, like, it's just general friendliness. Exactly. Like, to me, it feels like you just support people. You just like what they're... You don't have to like what they're doing. Just support them. But, like, if me saying I believe in you is enough to, like, send you into a conniption, then, like, we're not doing our jobs right. We need to support people. We need to support each other. And not just, like, I support this person individually as a friend. Like, you are doing a thing that you want to do, and I support you in that endeavor. I support you even though I don't know what you're talking about. That's the kind of thing, like that's my mantra. I don't know what you're talking about, but you seem interested in it. Therefore I support you. So like let's make it happen. Aggressive friendliness. Friendliness or else. Again, we didn't even need the engines. Beautiful landing. Beautiful. 10 out of 10. I don't know what you're talking about, but you do and enjoy it, so take my support down. Exactly. Like my metric has been not do I understand what you're talking about, but how like excited are you when you talk about it? That's my metric for how important something is to a person. If someone is like, oh my god, I can't believe blah blah blah, and they just go on for minutes at a time without stopping, then I'm like, okay, this is important to you, so I support you. Let's see, what was the engine that Lepet recommended? Terrier? Okay, where is it? There it is. It's a baby engine for ants. You know what? Lepet's probably right. We probably only need that much because we just need to pop out into orbit and then circularize. I can words. Okay, and then we were carrying too much fuel. So let's take that bit out. Maybe a little bit out of here. Yeah, that much should be enough. Let's take 100 out. That gives us plenty of fuel. Okay. This is 4. Let's make it happen, Captain. Getting really good at this whole thing, so this whole launch thing. Okay, this. Spool it up. Turn off the brakes. And the nice thing is, if we run out of liquid fuel on this run, we can just bump the liquid fuel back up. Like if we run out of liquid fuel using our jets, we got plenty that we can bump it up on the next flight. Wait for it. Up. Yeah, I'm gonna try something slightly different, which is I want to get up to 10,000. Like as fast as possible, or yeah, 10,000. I want to get up to 10,000 as fast as I can, because we spend a lot of time below that, and we don't need to. So let's go fast. Let us be speed. Thrust you've got, probably do a steep climb to 15k and full throttle, then level it off flat there and build up velocity. Okay, let's try that. Lepet has not led us astray yet, so we're gonna trust them. down, bring it back down, bring it back down. Oh, we've got those re-entry effects you were talking about. Honestly, getting to 15k is only the first part of your journey. Like you said, you're only getting yourself to a different launch site. Exactly. It's not like we're gonna try and land this on Duna or anything like that. Although a Duna mission would be very fun if we did like send a rover to Duna or to any other planet, really. Maybe we'll do that as the next stream. Or the next Kerbal Space Program stream. I think, still gonna try and get VR set up for the Wednesday stream. If I can't do it then, it stops going up, fire up the Terry and point upwards. Okay, well we stopped going up, so let's do that thing. And oh god. Come on, up, up, up. Come on, baby, hold together. Okay, that is... Jet's gone. Got a little tiny engine. You can do it. I believe in you. Zapopsis. Wow. The pet, you're a wizard. You're a druid and a wizard. We'll make it. I hope. Let's bring this up even more. And nudge, nudge, nudge. I think we'll make it. I mean, we're definitely easily getting to the edge of space with this one. So then it's just we keep burning until we can adjust and circularize our orbit, which will be easier as we get higher up. If I start circularizing, yeah, you're right. We're gonna easily make it to the edge. So let's bring this down a bit. Just like there. Keeps wanting to bump back up, but I'm not going to let it. Look at that. Beautiful. So now all we gotta do is, instead of falling back into the planet, we just gotta fall and miss. It's that easy. Boy, I sure hope we have enough oxidizer for this. Oh, we might just barely not. Does the staging say how much delta V you have? Yeah, just about 200 meters per second. I don't think we're gonna quite make it. Yeah, we've got just over 100 meters per second of delta V left. We're not quite gonna circularize. So extra liquid fuel, yeah. So we can take another like 150 liquid fuel off. I think that would be pretty safe. It gives us less mass to move. Look at that. We got very close. Very close to space. I'll also probably do your level off at a higher altitude, say 17 or 18K. Okay, I'll try 17K next time. So drop our liquid fuel by another 150. Set our level off at 17K. Keep boosting until we run out of speed and then go up. Pet, I feel like I should hire you on as a flight engineer at some point. You know all the things. But you gotta admit, that looks nice. If I was making this as a YouTube video, I would call this the thumbnail shot. I have more knowledgeable experience than you. Yeah, but you're the one who's here. You're our local expert. What, am I gonna get Scott Manley on the stream? No, I got you. That's more important. Okay. Close up the solar panels because I don't want to get them all burned up. Scott Manley could launch rockets by uttering 2 syllables. He really could. He's like the Dragonborn of rockets. Hello, wait, how do we get to orbit? Yeah, that's basically how it is. Now we just wait until we get back down. Serenades, welcome back. Presentation was longer than expected. That's alright. You missed us getting up to space and coming back down. We haven't made orbit yet. Can I blow everything up now? Alright. I have permission. But we've done really well with not blowing things up so far. We lost 1 engine in like 4 or 5 launches. We blew up 1 thing, exactly. I may not be able to get a rocket, or I may not be able to get into space, but I can at least come back down. Ring the bell? Okay. We'll ring the bell while everything's on fire. Now the problem is, there's that mountain right there. Right where I want to land. Now there's space on the other side of the mountain. Fire alarm? Oh no! Quick, Jeb, put the fire out. Jeb, you're useless. Don't worry, we'll land this. We'll land it. We'll adjust our liquid fuel. And then we'll do another launch. We're gonna do this. I believe in us. Besides, I don't have to worry about making dinner. I have leftovers for that. So I can keep going as long as I want. Within certain limits. I do still have work tomorrow. Oh man, we're landing in the dark. This is gonna be a problem. I should have put landing lights on this. Yeah, that's not gonna help with our landing there. Well, this is gonna get interesting. Don't mind me just trying to lean and see if I can find where the ground is. Anchors of lights, but they're not great. Well, we'll find out how close we are to the ground right before we splat into it. I guess we could just bail out. That would be safer. Might help to toggle your altitude to land rather than sea level. That's abort. I don't want that. How do I do that toggle? I've literally never done it before. I've always just done things by sea level. The ground is down. Thank you, bear. I just did. Oh my god, you're right. What kind of witchcraft is this? Okay, I can barely make out the coastline. I think we'll at least be able to see kind of where we land. I am literally leaning to try and get a better angle on this. Okay, let's not on all the way, not on the way. I just want to get, there's a little, I don't know if you can see it, there's a little like bay there. I want to get onto the other side of it. And since we got all this extra fuel, we might as well use it. We're flying by instruments. Okay, we'll get over to the other side with that. Okay, then we want to come down. Do the Apollo 13 bit. What, Houston, we have a problem? Turn off all lights and look for the wake of algae. I don't think we can look for a wake of algae on land. Can't see the algae, as land. Yeah, knowing whether we're over land isn't the problem right now. Knowing how far into the land we are, that's the one. That's the rub. Oh geez, we're going into a hill. You never claimed to be helpful? That's true. You've claimed to be everything but you know what? That's alright. Landing uphill. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Hey look, I found the lights. Shit. We didn't need those engines. Shit. We didn't need that nose cone. Brakes on. Perfect landing. Absolutely beautiful. Any landing you can crawl painfully away from. Exactly. There is a fighter ace in World War II, an American fighter ace, who said, "I'd rather be lucky than good." Girl Space program. Yeah, Sarah, welcome. We're trying to build a space plane that will get into orbit and back. We've gone to space, and then as you can see, we landed on the darker side of Kerbin, and we ran into some technical difficulties. But we survived. All right, so we're going to reduce our fuel load because we don't need as much. Let's see, if I want to get rid of another, what is that, 150? Is that what I said before? Technical difficulties are just a mindset? Exactly. Yeah, we're going to drop it down to like that. That should be enough. Let's save that. Alright, and then we get up to 17,000. Then we flatten out, build our speed up, and then yeet ourselves into space. Turn that on, turn that on. Technical difficulties are just an illusion, as are pants and death. I mean, I'm wearing the outfit that has pants right now, but you can't see them. I just wanted to try Kerbal. I recommend it. I would recommend getting into the first one. They got a sequel coming out. They do. I think it's been delayed a couple of times, and it's a different developer. I think because Squad is the developer for the first one. And then I think they're like creative consultants on the second one. So I would recommend if you want the Kerbal Space Program experience, then just get Kerbal Space Program 1. It'll have almost everything. Almost everything that will be in Kerbal Space Program 2. It's like Minecraft with a steep learning curve. Yeah, exactly. Minecraft but with more explosions. Just realized hedgehogs launch die with flash. Oh yeah, wow. Rip. But you've got Kerbal Space Program, and that's what matters. And budget this up a little more. There we go. Yeah, it's kind of weird to be living in a post-Flash world. Like, I grew up with Flash games and, like, Newgrounds and all that stuff. So it's weird to think that does, like, a lot of the things that I used growing up don't exist anymore. Flash is dead now, yep. I overshot 17. So let's duck back down under 18, and then we'll build up speed. You're ready to point up. You probably don't need to do more than 30 degrees. You can point up more gradually. If you do it too quickly, you lose law velocity. That's, you know, I probably should have thought of that, but thank you. I will try that with this one. Look at all those effects. So we'll do a gradual angle up to 30%. Or 30 degrees, sorry. We'll get gradual elevation up to 30 degrees. Once we stop building up speed here. Acceleration is starting to slow down. Okay, hit the engine, slowly angle up. Typing the degree symbol in Twitch chat, that's dedication. Hey, you gotta be accurate. Lapet is an expert. Oh, there goes our jets. Bring this up to 30. And now we'll just stay right here. Perhaps it's doing very good. Enough they made a point to memorize it. That's fair. I usually just Google whatever symbol I need to use. But I feel like I should memorize the trademark symbol. Or the keys for the trademark symbol, because I use that a lot. Not even seriously, I use it as a joke. Always a good reason to learn hotkey to make memes. Hey, I mean, I learned how to edit photos to make memes. So hey. Probably need to go steeper than 30. Loops around for 29 radians. Yeah. I'm trying very hard to keep it under 30 degrees. It's not working. .536 radians. Are you actually a rocket scientist, Lapet? Or did you make that number up? Because if you said right now that you're actually a rocket scientist, I would believe you. Google has a calculator? Oh, okay. You had the chance to make me believe that you're a rocket scientist. I don't think we're going to have enough delta V for this. We're going to run out of liquid fuel this time. Which is some kind of advancement. In small, what is radians? Radians are dried grapes. That's what a radian is. It's a dried grape. Yep, there goes our fuel. But we ran out of oxidizer this time. And we very nearly ran out of liquid fuel. So I think we've got that fuel balance figured out. Gradients divided by G. Understandable. VTuber, oh god. Split second, welcome. We've been trying to space. We're trying to build a space plane that will get into orbit and back down. Using a 2D VTuber program. Yeah, so the thing with 2D is it's a lot more of an investment. Making a 3D model is way easier and way cheaper. Like, I made this one on my own, but I'm not an artist, so I can't make a 2D model on my own, and the software to rig it up is proprietary, so I'd have to spend a lot of money. Spade plane, thank you. I'm a custom 3D model, but that stuff bends your brain pretty bad. Understandable. That is understandable. I'm using a model that I created in a program called Vroid, VROID, which it's good for starting off, and you can do some clever things with it, like you may have noticed the horns. But if you want anything that's not like anime humanoid, yeah, it's tough. Makes it hard to add stuff. Yeah, exactly. They're a 3D artist, but it's easier to outsource to a 2D artist. Got lucky to find a rather cheap one. Yeah, you can find some good ones out there. And I do want to make the jump to 2D someday. I don't know when. Definitely not anytime soon. The 3D thing is really, really cool. It is. There's some really good there's some good people with 2D models, there's some good people with 3D models. Like if you've seen like 3D models, I think have much better face tracking. Like there's some really good 3D models out there where it's like you can model pretty much every action on the face. That's what I want to do. But 2D you can do a lot of really nice like non-humanoid stuff. Like you can break away from having a humanoid model if you do 2D a lot easier. 2D is good for meme potential. It definitely makes it easier. It makes my job easier for memes if I'm doing 2D. 2D works really well with the tail. Thank you. I kind of worry because you can't see the tail a whole lot when I'm just playing. It's only if I turn my head all the way. But hey, it's there. 2D, 3D aesthetic could be more flexible if you learn to model. Definitely. I want to learn Blender just so that I can make more detailed models for myself. I cannot see anything. Where are we? Memeing is one of the biggest reminders of the power of 3. Thank you. Extend to also have 3D one day, but your 2D is good enough for now. Yeah, start with what you have. Start with what you have. Move on from there. Is torso attached to my head? Yeah. So, not to get too much into how the sausage is made, but short version is this is using face tracking, using a webcam, and so the only thing that really moves is my head. Everything else is attached to that. There's some good tutorials out there if you look for like 3D VTubing tutorials. They'll explain it much better, but essentially, face tracking tracks my head, and then the model, everything moves based off of my head position. Where are we? I can't see anything. Okay, there's land in front of us. Let's see if we can land there. There's also really nice. Thank you. I worked very hard on the hair. I went through a lot of revisions to get to where it is. Very cool space plane. It definitely it's warmer now since we went through re-entry, but thank you for saying it's cool twice. Seen some viewer, it's very stacky on the hair. Yeah, it's difficult to get right. There's a reason. I did a Twitter thread about this about a month ago, a month and a half ago, on the different stages that I went through in creating this model. But short version is it took me 6 months to get to something I was happy with, and the hair was a big part of that. I wanted something that had this kind of flowy fluffiness to it. Tracking software you've been messing with lets you adjust how much your torso turns with your head, which is cool. It really is. Like, it helps make it more realistic. I at least, not realistic. It makes it more interesting to see. Because you can also have it so it's just your, like, I'm using a similar software, and you can adjust it so that the torso only moves, like, if you're turning all the way, so you do a lot more turning at the neck. But I personally like having the whole body turn. I think that looks much nicer. Yeah, and eventually, someday, I'll be putting out a video on like how how to use Vroid to make a nice looking model if you're not an artist. You know, there's some people who are just artists in real life, and they can make amazing things out of Vroid, or amazing like 2D models or Blender models. But uh, I'll be working on a video explaining my process as someone who is not an artist, on how to come up with something that looks nice, and hopefully do it in less than 6 months. Because that, yeah, I think if it takes 6 months for someone to make a model like me, then you're just not going to do it. But eventually we'll get down to the ground. Imagining being an artist, yeah, I can't relate. There's exactly one picture of my art out on the internet on my account, on my Twitter account out there, and it's yikes. I will admit it. It'll be yikes. It is yikes. Someday I'll do scuffed art streams, and you'll see how yikes it is. Just slap together hair strands and was immediately taken with. So that's what I went with. That's the way to do it. I sure wish I could see where the ground is. Oh, there it is. I found the ground. Let's turn these on. Just in case we need it. Draw a lot in the hopes of being an artist proper one day. Well, good luck. I mean, not even good luck. Like, you can do it. Anyone can do anything if they put their mind to it and have the right resources. Unfortunately, with art, the only resource you really need is the ability to have hands. Sometimes people ask how you do X and Vroid, and you have to be like, I literally have no idea. Went to a fugue state, became an anime at the other end. Yeah, mood. Same. It was fun going through my old models and being like, why did I do this? What is the purpose of this thing? You already do art streams so all your scruff progress is visible? Good. Yeah, I think having a record of your progress is super important in any kind of artistic endeavor. Hands are definitely optional for art. You're right. There was a thing on feet and mouth, also good implements. There was a thing that I saw a couple of years ago of a paraplegic artist who sketched with her feet, and it was like you would buy the art that she made and put it in the Louvre. Like, you can train yourself to do anything. It is legitimately incredible. But yeah, keep a record of your artistic progress. It's super important because it's always useful to be able to look back at where you were and how far you've come. Like one of my biggest regrets, because I like writing. I've been writing off and on for something like 15 years now. And my biggest regret is that I deleted the first stories that I wrote back when I was a wee little demon. And so like that is like 15 years later, that is my biggest regret, that I don't have the first stories that I wrote. So save everything. Never delete anything. What are people saying? Just spent more time on the hair instead of agonizing over the jumpsuit you can't see half of for 2 days. That's fair. That is very fair. It's very tempting to get lost in details people won't see. I put a lot of work in this, like this outfit in particular. Let me see if I can show you real quick, actually. Because I think if I push this button, it should go to a full view. There we go. Yeah, like you can see, I put a lot of detail into the legs of this, which you will never see. You can't see this. Also, I hate this pose. I hate that this is the default pose because I can never do 3D because I look so dumb this way. Come on, go back to normal, please. Take me back. Help. There we go. VTuber is all extrapolated from head tracking as mouth painting is ideal art for on stream. It is right up until you get out of view of your webcam. Still have your stories from 8 years ago? Nice. Never delete them. Hold on to them forever. Both of you are saying that's how you stand IRL. I can't stand straight like that. I have to have my legs apart and then my weight on one leg, otherwise I feel weird. The full 3D gives me my turn on the Xbox vibes. I can't say no to that. It's my turn on the space plane. What was I doing? Okay, we're gonna do one more try at this, and then I think that'll be it for the night. Not because I'm not enjoying it, but because I need to stand up and walk around, and eat and do all those other things. What was I gonna do? It's my turn on V-Roid. Strap 8 rockets around the big fixed wing, easy. I mean, not enough rocket. You're not wrong. We didn't have enough rocket for going up. Paint them red, they'll go faster. There we go. Proper orky tactics. My mom's already standing. Yeah, good point. I'm already standing up. I can stream forever. I was gonna do something and I don't remember what it was. It's gone from my brain now. It's very tempting to just add more fuel onto this, but I feel like that's gonna be a mistake. On the other hand, I could replace this liquid fuel with rocket fuel and still have relatively the same weight. Yeah, let's try that. As I said before, I'm not a science. This is definitely a fuck around and find out kind of rocketry. So I apologize if anything is super dumb. If it's super dumb, then yes. I am not a science. Hey, it's the truth. I am not a science. Do I look like a science? Yeah, I think that should do it. Let's see. Well, I don't know if it'll do it, but we'll find out if it'll do it. Just make sure these are still set. Yep, we're good there. Give it a save. Go to launch. This is how science works. I mean, it's true, right? Like the whole experimentation stage is just fuck around and find out. Alright, this is the one. I believe in us. To show you the power of science, I slapped rockets onto this airplane. Yeah, use flex tape to stick that on there. Although I will say, if you look at some of the early designs for jets, they are basically airplanes with rockets strapped onto them. Not that one, this one. Going up. Just gonna get up to our 17,000 meter so that we can do that whole speeding up thing. I have a good feeling about this one. Are you feel good about this one too? Alright, that's two of us. The two of us together, our feelings combined. If it doesn't work, I really hope we can land where the sun is. Okay, bring it down. Come on. Come on, plane. Come on, plane. Come on, baby. Hold together. We went up too high. Bring it back down. Okay, so I gotta start my leveling out at like 15,000 if I'm gonna be level at 17. Yes, Battle Brothers, to space we will go. In the grim dark future, there is only space. Sorry, I've been talking like non-stop for almost 4 hours now. So if my voice starts going, that's why. Okay, level it out. Catch fire a little bit, that's fine. That's a good space launch without a little fire. I'm impressed with people in the stream for over 2 hours. Yeah, like when oh god, I have to hydrate again. Okay, hold on to that thought. Okay. Yeah, like when I first started, I could do 2 hours and that was it. Like I hit the end of the 2 hour mark and I was like, I want to not do this anymore. I want to commit unalivement. But then something clicked, and then I did like a 4 hour stream, 4 or 5 hours, And I was like, I could keep going. I think the trick really is just be like pacing yourself. It's very tempting to be high energy from the very beginning. But like I think I think once you figure out how to pace your energy and important to take a break too. Exactly. Like don't just like be on the whole time. So drinking is super important. If you can have like snacks at the ready, that's something that I need to do. Uh, yeah, just like, and yeah, like being able to have a brief pause where you just like relax for a little while. For Hayes got real into the game. Yeah, yeah, I definitely did. That's where I had my 4 hour stream. Okay, hit the engine. Start angling it up. Take a break. 5 minute break. Get up and stretch. Halfway mark. You can help it. It's not the best for viewer retention, but the buy is more important. Yeah, I try and do that during like normal days. And I should do it during streams. I really should. Like if what I should do is get into the habit of like every hour get up and walk around. This microphone is actually good enough, or not good enough. It's powerful enough that I could walk like over to my kitchen, and you would still be able to hear me in the distance. So I could keep yelling at chat while walking around. But yeah, take care of your body. It's important. You only get one. Wonder how long my VR streams will be. We're gonna find out. We'll find out in this next week, because first VR stream is either on Wednesday or probably. Oh, actually, I don't know if I'm gonna have a weekend stream this week. My life might get in the way of that. I'll have to find out. But yes, we're gonna find out on the VR stream. Especially if I play Ragnarok or Beak Saber. Okay, so I probably won't start off with either of those, just because they're super high intensity. The two games that I'm thinking about for VR at this point. Imagine not sacrificing your life for VTubing. I already sacrificed so much of life for VTubing up to this point. Let's just wait for some of those investments to come back first. But yeah, the two games that I'm thinking about for the first VR stream is either Blade and Sorcery, which is like medieval style sword fighting, or Hot Dogs, Horseshoes, and Hand Grenades, which is shooting sausages with guns. HD, how, Bear, you need to stop reading my mind. You need to stop that. But yeah, those are the two I'm thinking about. And the nice thing with those two is that I can take breaks. And there's downtime. So it'll be one of those. Both really good choices. Those are my two favorite VR games of all time. Like, if anyone was asking me, like, what games to buy as a new VR person, it would be those two and Beat Saber. I think those three together, and you've got like the perfect starter VR experience. I don't think we're getting to space with this one. I don't. Yeah. Super Hot VR is fun, but it's very short. But I would love to do Super Hot VR again. I played through it. I love Super Hot in general. I think it's just such a good concept. I love games that play around with time. My only complaint is that Super Hot VR is short. That Super Hot was always the VR game. No, it's mostly a mouse and keyboard game. They made a VR version. It's both from opposing sides. Yeah, there was the original Super Hot was PC, and then well, actually, the original one was a web game, I believe. It was like a. Oh, I am out of fuel. It was a like a game jam thing, and then they made the PC version, and then they made the VR version, and then they made a sequel that is PC again. Same idea, different levels. Yeah, exactly. It's not like a port or anything. Well, unfortunately, we did not make it to space again. Oh, I don't know what hit there. Original Super Hot was for 7 days for FPS. Yeah, I was really impressed by that. There's a lot of games that come out of those game jams that are so impressive. And it makes me sad that only a small percentage of them actually go on to be full games. It really reminds me of I don't know, how many people know the story of how Portal was created? Because it was created by or the what would become Portal was a DigiPen project. So, fun to be here. You gotta go to sleep. It's 1 a.m. again. Okay, go sleep. Go sleep right now, Sarah. Go do it. Do it. But yeah, thanks for joining. And go to sleep. I'll see you in your dreams. Your chronic dev commentary listener back when the Orange Box came out. Yes, all of the commentary on the Orange Box is spectacular. I love that stuff. So yeah, if you don't know the story, Portal started as a university project, like a gaming university project called Narbacular Drop. And Valve saw it and was like, yes, we want this, and basically hired the group of students outright, like as soon as they graduated, and said, okay, now make a full game. And that happened like right at the time when I was in high school, and was thinking, oh, maybe I can get into game dev. And I saw that, and I was like, okay, there's my motivation, go do it. And then there's other stuff that's happened in the meantime, like what is it, Obra Dinn, I think, that like pixely mystery game, mystery point and click. Like that was also a game jam thing. I feel like there's something really good that happens when you give people limitations. I think that's where a lot of good creativity comes from. It's just like limit people on what they can do. Like, you have this many days to make a thing, or you can make a thing, but it can only be this big. Sorry, I was trying not to yawn there. And then people will make great things out of that. If you give people infinite time and infinite money, then you start running into like feature creep and all that stuff. I feel like Valve caused every late 2000s, early 2010s baby game devs awakening. Yeah, exactly. I think you're absolutely right about that, especially when they did like the Steam Greenlight stuff. That was like a second renaissance. Tried Debbie Trap wanting to get into game developing as well, then found out how much math was involved and kind of stopped. Understandable. I feel bad about that though, because like a lot of classes on game development make math a requirement, and then you get into it and it's all stuff that you can just Google. I think you would learn. I think people who want to get into game dev would learn a lot more by just just going and following some tutorials online. Don't and not going to school for it. Because like I learned way more about game dev from like the Unity tutorials and like RPG Maker stuff. I learned way more about game dev from those than I did in any classes that I took in high school or college about game dev. And I didn't need math for any of them. Like okay, so here's the scenario, right? So I went into like I did all the stuff, all the requirements, all of the math stuff for to get into my university's computer science program, which was the closest thing they had to game dev. And then I took the one game development class that they had. And the first thing the teacher says when it comes out is, I hope you didn't need math to get into this because you won't use it. And the entire class was just like, well, what the fuck? I have no idea where we are. I really hope there's land below us somewhere. But yeah, game dev, math is optional. Google is necessary. Just learn to love Stack Overflow, and you will be a game dev. I cannot see anything right now. It's just pitch black. Oh, man. Can't tell if that's coastline or just a smudge on my screen. That's alright. We just gotta get this plane down. If I really can't see anything, then we'll bail out and hope that Jeb has a parachute. Does he have a parachute? Can we see if there's a parachute in here? Okay, there's a parachute. Crash and explode. We'll definitely watch the explosion. You'll see the ground then. You know, you're not wrong. We would get an estimate on how far away we are from the ground from that. See, the worst part is I can't even turn the lights off. Or I can't turn the lights on because we're out of electrical charge. And that will only charge back up when we're using the engines. The engines we have no fuel for. You'll see the ground for, what is that, 1/1000th of a second? Yeah. That's all you need, right? There's the ground. Boom! This girl cried an astronaut who's chilling when a VTuber shot me through a brief loss of catching, being hunted. An explosion of sleep paralysis demon, just trying to find a way home. Wow. Is that the opening to Farscape? Because I swear I've heard that before, or something similar. Split second reaction time, you pull up right then. Yep. Pull up while the explosion is happening. I was kind of hoping if I coasted long enough that I'd be able to see if there was ground. It has not worked so far. It is still pitch black. Yeah, nice. I loved Farscape. That was such a good show. And it's got Muppets. How can you go wrong with a science fiction show with Muppets? I'll tell you, you can't. Muppets make everything better. And try toggling ground altitude with sea level. There's no change, you're heading for the ocean. Oh, good call. Oh yeah, we're over land then, because there's like 1,000 meter difference. Well, we'll just keep coasting downwards. And then when we get to about like 1,000 or maybe 500 meters, then we'll drop landing gear and hope that we don't crash into anything. I hope there are no mountains or cliffs. I feel like I could do this with my eyes closed. Not because it's easy, but because I would get just as much information. Oh, wait. I think I can just barely make out a mountain range that we're flying directly into. Oh well. I believe in us. We'll see if we can land on the top of the mountain range. And if not, we'll see if we can not splat into the side of the mountain range. Yep, yeah, you can see it too, huh? I'm surprised that's coming out on in the stream. It's definitely mountains on the horizon, so let's hope the horizon is far away. I think the horizon's a lot closer than we think it is. Gotta dive just a little bit. Some days you sneak up on the mountains, some days the mountain sneaks up on you. Yep. Jeb looks at the mountains and sees them as a challenge. You're not wrong. Jeb is that kind of guy. Okay, I think we're coming up on a cliff here. So let's hope. I believe. We found the ground. We found it. Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Glad you spent so much time searching for that long nose. Yeah. See? It was worth it. Some people climb Everest. Jeb lands a plane on it. I don't know why. That reminds me of I took a trip to Japan a while back, like 5 years ago, and I went on a tour up like halfway up Mount Fuji, and the tour guide said there's a saying about people who go to Mount Fuji. If you climb up it once, then you're a native. Or if you climb up it once, you're a tourist. If you climb up it twice, you're a native. If you climb up it 3 times, you're insane. I don't know why, but Daikaiju, you reminded me of that. So what does it say if you land a plane on Mount Everest or on Mount Fuji? If you land a plane up there, you're Jeb. Yeah, you're right. All right. Well, you know what? It's been 4 hours. We got up to space. We did not make an orbit. But you know what we did make? If the land loads up. We made a darn nice plane. You cheat? What do you mean I cheated? How dare you? Oh, you mean if you land a plane up there. Okay. Understandable. But yeah, this has been fun. This is a good stream. Let me move us over to... What if the real orbit was the friends we made along the way? What if the orbit was inside our hearts the whole time? Okay. Yeah, this was fun. There will definitely be another Kerbal Space Program stream in the future. There's more things we can do. I want to do not like a Mars mission because it's no Mars, but like a Duna mission or one of the other planets. Send a rover out there. So definitely doing that. We need to weaponize something. We need to build a fighter jet. Fancy, you need their internet. Oof, can't help you there. But yeah, this was fun. Let's go searching for someone to raid, shall we? Let's see, who is streaming now? Oh, okay. Doc Redfang is streaming Atelier Ryza. If that's how you say it. Atelier Ryza? Is that right? Yeah, Doc Redfang is streaming, so let's raid him. I don't know if this is his first time playing it, but he said in another stream he was looking forward to it. So let's give him some company there. Yeah, so thank you all for coming. Let me actually click the start raid button. Thank you all for coming. Yeah. Look forward to thank you for this stream. Thank you for being here. Yeah, look forward to I will be trying to get, or not trying, I'm gonna set the challenge for myself. I want to get the 1,000 Twitter follower special thing out today. If not today, then tomorrow. So look forward to that. And it's midnight. All right, Serenades, you need to sleep. Go do that. Everyone else, thank you for being here. And I will see you next time. Good night if it's nighttime. If it's not, then good whatever time it is. And I'll see you in your dreams. Bye!